kanskje.
Magnus, Torunn, hyggelig, ja, velkommen, velkommen. og kommer til å ha liksom det aller meste nå her i hovedkvarteret, fram til lunsj. Og bakerne, de kommer til å komme inn digitalt, så de holder på i et eget rom. Når vi nå samles nå her, så det er jo nødutganger overalt, men det som er greia her, det er den store nødutgangen, da alle bare suser ut der, hvis det går noen alarm eller noe sånt. Parkering. Hvis dere nå har parkert rett utenfor området her, så kan det være at dere kan få en bot. Det er ikke den parkeringen vi skal bruke. Vi skal bruke den borte ved Pentagon, ved rundkjøringa på andre siden av veien. Så det kan være lurt å flytte bilen hvis man har parkert andre steder. Dere har kanskje hørt at covid-situasjonen er på vei oppover. Smittetilfellene øker. Prøv, hvis dere er litt forkjølet eller sånne ting, så hold dere hjemme, skulle jeg til å si. Men vask hender, og ikke klem på folk som ikke vil bli klemt på. Og hold dere rene så godt som mulig. Vi må prøve å vi får sikkert noen flere restriksjoner etter hvert.
Det gjelder generelt, altså ikke klem på folk som ikke vil bli klemt på.
Ja. Jeg tenker det er det nå, Anders. Over på engelsk.
Thank you very much. Want to welcome you everybody. We do it in English because we have English-speaking people, digital, watching it. So it's a good opportunity for us to be better in expressing ourselves in the English language as well. And using also some terminology that we are not so familiar with. But we can also stop and translate something if there is any problems, okay? Everybody here understands English. And we just have to speak a bit slow, also for those that do the presentations, and not to be too technical, or if there's very technical things you say, that we also maybe add a Norwegian translation, okay? So, first of all, I want to thank everybody that has made it possible. I was challenged, or I really wanted it to now be this Nordic conference in Norway. So when we were in Denmark in 2019, I said, yes, we're going to do it in Norway 2020. And you can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. That's Rolling Stones song, which is very true. So somehow the collective here has gotten something, the COVID-19, to adjust to. And we had to have this on hold for a long time. We had 200 different varieties that we had collected of cereals, grains, and they were planted, sown at Vitenparken, at Norges Vel, Hellerud. So we had like a big variety to show you in the summer. But that didn't happen. But we are extremely happy to be able to do it now, live, come together, because we have been on Zoom or Teams session, most of us, for a long time now. So we know that it's not so important maybe what you do, but it's how you do it. And the people we do it together with is extremely important. So we are very happy to have you physically here. Quite a few of you. Some are a little bit late, but they will come after a little while. So we want to use the opportunity now to inspire through those that give the presentations, and then we have more time after lunch to talk and network and so on. So I want to thank everybody that has been putting it together, because we have been quite a team to do that, and it's the Norwegian Community Seed Bank, Norges Vel, Økologisk Spesialkorn, Gullimunn, Matvalget, Økoløftet og Vitenparken, Inspired to Action. They are also sponsoring this event, making it happen. And we have also financial contribution from the Norwegian Agriculture Agency and from Norwegian Extension Service, which is they have changed their name now to Norwegian Advisory Service, and Norwegian Agriculture Association. So, welcome everybody. We are ready for, I have to have a watch now because, yeah, it's even 5 minutes too early. That's fantastic. Is there any questions about organizational things or somebody? No? So, Åsmund, are you kind of ready to come up? Because Åsmund has, I mean, he's a researcher. He's been working with grain, cereals his whole life. But he's also a storyteller. He's also a writer and a poet. So, and you know, culture, my background is ecological economics. So it's the culture, the economy, and the nature coming together. This is, for me, the future. And here is one of the representatives that also include all of these aspects. So we're very happy to have you, Åsmund. He has just made a new book, which is here, Kornboka. This is yeah, here it is. Yeah, so it's heavy. Yeah, it's a heavy book.
No, it's easy to read.
But easy to read, yeah. So I don't know, Åsmund, I don't need to say more. You take over and thank you.
We can also just shortly say that we do have a panel that we will ask a little bit after the presentation, and then maybe also some question from the room.
Yeah, from the room, and also from you online, that you can write in your questions. And Cornelius here will keep an eye on that, so whether we can have an interaction, digital and live here. Okay.
Takk. Does this work now? As we say in Norwegian, godt folk, which means good people. So it's my privilege to start out this morning, but it's a difficult privilege because I'm going to tell you about world history in 20 minutes. And so I won't spend much more time on introducing, except that it's much more easy to slip into difficult language in English than in Norwegian. But I try to use this, and is this visible now? Yes. And also, I've only 20 minutes. I decided this morning that I cannot cover the beer unless there is time at the end, because otherwise it's hopeless. And you don't need to look at this. If you want the canned food, hermetic, you can look at this. If you want the fresh, you can listen. Okay? And anyway, you can look at this afterwards. So I go to the first slide, which I call on the European bread map. This is around 1900, and this is familiar to most of you with wheat bread in the west and south, rye bread in the east, flat bread and porridge in the north, barley, oat, and knekke. And then there are some reddish areas of spelt in the Alps and in the southern Belgium and a little bit in Spain. And there's some pockets of maize in southern Europe. I mean, today this map looks entirely different in many ways. But this is the map that how it used to be. And in all of these, at least German countries, German-speaking languages, the word korn always means the dominant, or the one which has prestige, but not necessarily the one which is most grown. So anyway, so what created this map? That's my question. And there are basically three factors. One, biology. Two, technology. And third is the Roman Empire and the history since then. So these are the three main things. So I start out with the biology. What created this map? Why did they choose these particular species as grain? One thing is winter hardiness, and which means rye, einkorn, spelt on top. Shortest growing season in the north, which means barley and oats, spring cereals. And also emmer is maybe a short season. And then there is tolerance to poor soils, which means acid soils and drought. And there you have a priority again. Rye, oat means pH, not drought, and spelt, emmer, and bread wheat, and so on, and barley. So just be aware of these three main factors. And you find the poor soils and the dry soils mainly in the east and north, particularly in the east. And while bread wheat is the more demanding. And then the fourth dimension here is the question of taste and price. And we come back to that. That is an axis that is not geography, but of course it's social geography. So I'll come back to that later. First, the biology. Many of you are not aware. Many of you are aware of the term fertile crescent, fruktbare halvmånen, which is this area in the Middle East where you see this bow, where the grains originated. And I don't go deeper into that, but when I speak about ancient grains, I speak about the grains that originated here. And barley, einkorn, emmer, I speak about this group, oldest group first, barley, einkorn, emmer, and a forgotten grain, which is called Georgian wheat, Georgisk hvete, which is more or less forgotten, but it used to be a big, grown over much of Europe, but it disappeared during the Bronze Age or Stone Age. Now it's only found a little bit in Georgia. So the next, of course, is bread wheat, which originated in southwestern Iran. And I have these species, by the way, spikes of them, so I can put them on the table later today. But this is a cross between either durum or emmer or a naked wheat. And the naked wheat you can look at. Among the naked wheat you find durum, polar, kamut, and so on. These, by the way, in DNA terms are very similar. Very similar. So, and these were crossed with goat grass, which is this blackish thing you see in the middle, and which has a lot of interesting genes for adaptation, tolerance to salt, to drought, to cold, at which made this naked Mediterranean heat-loving species a world crop. And also it has the most important baking genes. So you can have a look at this, because nobody would suspect that this weed had all these properties. So that's a lesson for the future. And then you got bread wheat. But what about spelt? Now I take this movement of migration, how these grains moved together with sheep and goats and so on, this whole package, along the Mediterranean, along the Donau, and through the Caucasus. And the ones that reached us was mainly the Donau path. 7,000 BC here, we talk about 4,000 BC when it reaches the southern Sweden and so on. And then, of course, it also went to Egypt and China and so on, but I won't touch that history. But the spelt question is a riddle, but actually it was solved in 1925 by the Russian biologist Flaxberger, because he said that the European spelt is not an ancient grain, it is a secondary grain, or it probably originated in the Alps. And a DNA paper from this year shows very clearly that he was right. So there are three groups. There's not wheat or spelt, but there is one group is wheat and Iranian spelt. I call it Asian here. And then there's an Alpine spelt and a little Iberian or Spanish spelt. And the latter has come probably along this Mediterranean route from the Middle East, independent of the Alpine spelt. But all that you call spelt, rotkorn and so on, are this Alpine group. Very clear. So, and which probably originated in the Bronze Age, but picked up in the colder Iron Age in Central Europe, and one of its great periods was the Little Ice Age, when so that in certain parts of Western Germany and Switzerland and so on, it was up to 40% of the wheat was spelt at 100 years ago. Just like einkorn and emmer actually in Spain 100 years ago. So that is about the biology. I'm sorry, it has to be a little fast, but I can. The second is technology. How did they prepare them? Well, did they have pottery? That's question one. Could they boil them? And in the Middle East, they had pottery only after thousands of years of cultivating grains and collecting and cultivating grains. So they could not boil it. So they had to grind it and bake it on stones or in ovens. Completely different from Asia, East Asia and Africa, where they had pottery before they had grains. So they could boil. So that's the reason why you have sushi in Eastern Asia today, and they don't eat bread. It's a long tradition. But we are from this Mediterranean tradition, so we were depending on the baking oven. So we got the cereals, you remember them, you got the package going north into Europe, or west into Europe, but an overlooked, so we got barley early, and emmer and so on, but we did not get the baking oven. The baking oven somehow stopped a little bit north of the Alps. So in Bronze Age and late Stone Age people, in our areas, they did not bake bread. They ground it, and probably for porridge. So only later, of course, they got to the baking oven. But this blue line that you see on this map is the limits of the baking oven in Stone Age times. And this set an agenda for the whole diet and how we were using the grains. Outside the blue line here, you find porridge and beer. So just be aware of this. It's often overlooked. Then the third factor, I mentioned technology, but the third factor is the Roman Empire. And now we are far ahead in time. But if you look at this map, the yellow part here is the wheat area, and it basically shows the limits of the Roman Empire also. The limits of wheat were the limits of the Roman Empire. And the reason is that the Romans, go east here. East of the Roman Empire, you find the present rye zone. Not the present, but the 100 years ago. Today, the wheat zone is far east. Okay, but this is how it used to be. And why did they stop there? Because winter wheat stopped. They did not grow winter wheat. Where winter wheat and wine could not be cultivated, the Romans were not interested, basically. So if you get east there into the barbarian countries where they were drinking beer and where they were growing rye, both were detested by Romans. They find the leavened rye bread that you're all familiar with to the left here. And then if the quality of the rye was poor, then and you touched into the unleavened bread or the hard bread zone, then you got knekke, which goes across southern Sweden and Finland and so on. Knekke means that you had a poor quality rye. And Romans detested, Plinius writes about rye as a very inferior grain, only as a last resort. And this species has a very different biology as an outbreeding species, wind-pollinated, less clear varieties, but it's hardy, tolerant to frost, acid soils, and drought. And that's why it originally came as a weed in barley and wheat, or emmer, but it took over the fields where the fields were soils were too acid or it was too dry. So from the Iron Age again, when it's the cooler climates, then you got rye really establishing itself, becoming more frequent. But it's I don't speak about ergot here, which you see here. The big question mark about rye is the toxin ergot, meldrøye, mjølauke. But I won't go into that. But rye did not actually become a major grain in Europe or anywhere else until the Little Ice Age. From 1300 to 1800, that was the big period of rye. And it went far west, pushed wheat far west into France, for instance, so that rye actually was much bigger than it is today. And the key role of Finland in this, the Finnish researcher Hanno Aukas has written this history, where you find how the Sweden agriculture, svedjebruk, how that actually tamed the rye, so that by burning the soil, they got rid of all the seeds of rye that had fallen to the ground, so that they selected types that did not shatter, drysse. And in fact, in old land races of rye, Hanno Aukas from Finland, Hanno Aukas has found types that are shattering or partially shattering, and a lot of variations in these. And there are some. This could be done through burning the forest, or it only. That's the picture you see, the famous picture by Janefelt to the left, or there is a picture to the lower right where they actually just put branches on the field to burn. They have different. This is called kytö in Finnish, and this actually makes the rye into a domesticated crop which does not shatter, according to Hanno Aukas. And then the next zone is the unleavened bread zone, or hard bread zone in north and northwest. Barley and oat, often together, here as flatbread, as you all know, or bannocks, lefser, of various kinds. You find them here to the picture. This was a clear sign of poverty. Fresh bread was a clear sign of poverty. If you did not have enough to store for the whole winter, you had to make it fresh. And it was a clear sign of that you were poor. So the typical North Scandinavian, which is called in Finland called rieska, or tunnbrød in northern Sweden, were signs of poverty. And in Scotland, or the Orkneys here, the bannock of beer meal, barley, and so here from the Orkneys. I don't say that is So and even worse for the Romans was oat, which is described as the principal disease of wheat, and the foremost disease of wheat. And it's also a wheat in emmer and barley, older than rye, comes earlier, and also in this colder period in the early Iron Age, but it came earlier than, and it became, hestakorn was a biofuel, of course, which made it, and it really picked up when, after the Christian times, or when Christianity came and you could use the horse for work. Before that, it was a holy animal that you used for fighting and for riding, but with the new technology and also Christianity, you could actually use it for work, but primarily the technology there. So, and actually it was half the cereal acreage about 100 years ago. But it still today is a neglected grain in research. So, and the politics of Rome, I'll go briefly here, but this is just show you some coins with grains on them, emmer and barley. Emmer was the first out in Rome. The old Romans, they had emmer, and they always, for religious and for the wedding cake in Rome, was always of emmer. So it had a high prestige. But wheat, that was white. And Plinius here, this Roman historian, he said that wheat was destined for the principal nutriment of man. And why? Because it gives white flour. And it's good for the stomach and so on. But wheat is demanding, so it needs a lot of nutrition. But he also admits that emmer did better under poorer conditions. It's the most, line here, quote here, the most hardy in the very coldest places or where it's hottest and so on, emmer is the. And by the way, the word emmer comes from amylum, amylose, which means actually for starch. It was grown for starch, for paper making. After that's why it was a big crop in the 16th century when they started printing books and so on, because they made paper from emmer. So then the next dimension here, I have to be brief, but it's the social and national dimension. Now speaking mostly about wheat versus rye. And wheat and rye, that was France against Germany. And in times of war and conflict, this became really important as identity marks. And many stories about French prisoners of war that were served this dark pumpernickel bread in Germany, that was worse than the imprisonment. Quel sale pain, what dirty bread. And also they separated rich and poor. So in a certain starvation period in London in 1616, the beggars refused to have rye bread. And also in Paris, the beggars would not accept rye bread. But rye was quite important. But in the rye zone then you could indulge in the days of wheat bread, hvetebrødsdager, which by the way, no young person today knows what hvetebrødsdager is. They don't know that expression. But if you look a little bit to the typical French, see the wheat, the bread map to the not the west but to the left here, you see the many dark bread areas in France. But then you have this typical big white loaf on the table to the right. But this white wheat and dark rye, they were separated socially and geographically in France, and you got a revolution. Because there was nothing like in England, where in the same period you had a public policy for bread provision. From 1709, the parliament decided no more starvation. So it was a public responsibility that people did not starve to death, even in bad years. And this is a tremendous revolution in England in the 18th century, because it's secured social peace. And this has some astonishing aspects, that even during the Napoleonic Wars, there was a bad year in 1809, and they bought 1/4 of their wheat from Napoleon during the war. And they paid with gold, which would otherwise go for the war. But Napoleon sold it to them. Yeah, I see you. And then you got a long story here, which I'll make very brief. But in the 20th century, it was the century of white bread. And there's a fascinating story in the North America, for instance, where factory-made bread and flour, plus the Food and Drug Administration, Mattilsynet, how they made white equals hygiene and science, so that all housewives in North America were convinced that this was the good bread for the family. And so you got this, and many people, or a few people opposed this, but you can read about it. And then after the war, in the Cold War, the American white bread was seen as much above this dark bread from Russia or from Soviet Union. And then the hippies came and wanted home baking, and now today this typical white bread is for the white trash. So then you folks, you have whole grain, artisan, ancient grain bread, but that's again a little bit for the upper classes. Or at least it's a clear tendency, upper middle class. So the whole image of wheat has been inverted. If you look at these two pictures, the sacred wheat bread of Rembrandt and Chagall, to about 1950 paintings and sculptures by Elion, these baguettes lying all over the place, and this sculpture by Dali, which is not respectful to the bread. And one thing about you folks and the whole grain movement, you have restored a lot of this respect in the public image. That's your great contribution, actually, one of them. So then I'll just, before I close off here, just say a little bit about this book that you may have a look at afterwards, where the main message is that our most important biological diversity is in our food. That's where we meet it. It's not the tigers. I mean, all sorts of good things to say about the tigers and jungle and rainforest and so on, but this is, and the main message is unleash this diversity and use it. And two valuable books that are just, there's a book coming next week for you who know French, L'Homme et le Grain, coming out in France next week. And then there is a very good English written textbook on neglected cereals by two professors in Hohenheim in Germany. I have that book here also. So by that, I just say thank you. Okay.
Am I on? Yeah? Thank you. I know we were pushing you and ganging up on you in the end. Yeah. Didn't mean to do it, no offense.
No.
We really want to hear more about it. It's a lot of information. You are an inspiring source of knowledge of all of this, and we hope we can have longer.
Oh, yes.
But this was a teaser, so there is a book here, and we're going to talk more after lunch.
Yeah.
So
Tack ska du ha.
You are baking as well.
Yes.
There is some more ingredients.
It might be that you have to answer, so
yeah.
you just skip.
Okay. So thank you.
Tack ska du ha.
Oh, it's heavy. Yeah? It's substantial baking powder. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a panel. The idea with the panel is more to actualize, focus on some points. And we have invited some of these people that has really inspired us here in, and we have Jørn Ussing Larsen and Inger. You were also supposed to be here, you know. Everything is born a woman, you have to be here. And we have Anders and also Hans Larsson and Johan Svärd, which has inspired us to pick up a lot of these grains and try them out and figure out. So they have been the resources for us to do what we are doing in Norway and be connected to this network. So they are in so-called panel. It's not that they are, you are invited to contribute just as much. It's just to, I would like to hear from one of you, what's your, just like a reflection when you hear from Bjørnstad's talk. Johan.
I mean, this is such an interesting subject, and I mean, I only scratched the surface, but I will surely get your book. One thing that that came into my mind when I heard this last part of your speak, I read a few years ago a paper given out by the local museum where I come from. That's northern Sweden. It's even north of the zone where you marked flatbread. But there I read about the time around 1900. Up in this area, barley was of course the normal grain. You could also grow rye. But if you wanted white flour, the exchange value was that if you wanted 1 kilo of white wheat flour, you had to pay 100 kilo of the dark flour. And this is only just over 100 years ago.
I have a question. What time does Vel come to Scandinavia? And the other, what time do the Scandinavian people start to sift white flour? And the third question, that is, the last question, that is, I cannot understand why people today, they are still looking up for white bread. For 100 years ago, all said that it was not good. Today you sell a lot of white bread, but the white bread is now different. It is made from sourdough. It is a little better than for 100 years ago, but why is it so?
I don't know, where is something you wanted to answer, Osmund? No? Yeah, the panel, but there was some enlightenment on the two first questions, maybe. Yeah?
Yeah, I can. Does this work now?
You can just speak in that one. Yeah.
Does this work now? Yeah. So first to Johan Sverd. Yes, the flour was very expensive in the north. And actually, if you go 200 years back, 1822, Lars Levi Lestadius writes a small booklet about cultivating the Laplands, and he described how they have a diet of ample of milk products and fat fish and fat meat and sheep, and all these things. But then I say this in Swedish: Vattugröt var en högtidskost. Vassgröt var en högtidskost, because it was so, the water porridge or the barley was so scarce. This was really in the dip of the Little Ice Age. So this is, and I can also tell about not quite as bad exchange rate. And there was a certain farmer in Alta, who in 1890, this is in the museum in Alta, he was handing in, I think it was close to 1,600 grouse, ryper, to a certain shopkeeper there on credit. And the exchange rate of 1 ryper was about 1.5 kilos of rye flour. So it was very much so the rye flour was a little bit cheaper. Then concerning Jørn's questions, if you had but known this, I mean, if we had but known this, surely, in this paper by Kargen Sørensen on the early introduction of the archaeologists, what were they growing in Scania and so on in southern Denmark at the first introduction, and there they mention spelt. This is 3,500 years ago. This is long before there should be any European spelt or Alpine spelt, according to. So we are not quite sure. And there were surprises before about this Georgian wheat, which nobody suspected that would be ever been a widespread grain in Europe, but evidently it was. So we don't quite know surely. And the second was sifted. When they had sifting, well, sifting is known through ancient times. I mean, in the Bible, it's described that the really only suitable flour for using for the matzah, the sacrificial bread, had to be sifted 13 times. The emmer or most probably the durum wheat. So sifting is very old. But of course, the more you grow it, more you do it, the more expensive it is. And even in the Nordic Norse, in Edda, you find that there is white. They speak of white flour, and in Rigsstula, and then. But I think the main thrust of this is in at least in Norway are the Hanseatic bakers. I mean, Trondheim and particularly Bergen were crowded with Hanseatic bakers, and they set the agenda there. So these were rye bread cities long before the rest of the country. So then they probably sifted because they have Schönroggen, which means fine rye, and so on, so on. Skånrock. So it's so that's so. That's
Yeah, thank you.
comments.
Thank you. I mean, we can go on and on. It's like that when you have a jewel, you know, you open it and there's more layers and layers and layers. So, yes, but we have to be a little bit on the timing here, and we have some questions from the people on digital, being with us digitally. So there's one question: why are these ancient grains less used for modern wheat improvement? I think we have to take that question with us. Maybe we will get some answers in the next next session with Anders Borgen. And then we have another one. So the Romans were fond of wine and they looked down on barley. Did the Romans not drink beer? Yeah, but you have to do it briefly.
They detested beer.
They detested.
The barley wine was just unclean. Wine was clear and aged, you know, and so on. But you shouldn't imagine a pilsner. You should imagine something more like a darkish, unclear liquid with a lot of foam and other things in it. So, and which was where they associate with putrefaction, forrotning.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes left. I have 2 minutes left. So it's not I want to include you here, and we have also the time after lunch to speak and go deeper. So, but is there one short question from you guys here now? Okay. Thank you. That makes it easier time-wise, but so we have to digest this, and then we can come together and talk. I would like to, in a way, ask the bakers, but we can take it later. Why are we still using so much white bread? So I can challenge you to afterwards. We can talk. We talk about it, and I mean, yeah. It's an interesting question, isn't it? And I know that in England, they started to see how they can develop the white bread more healthy, because it was the tradition to eat white bread is so strong in the people that you have to kind of try to get the white bread to be more healthy instead of doing whole grain.
Okay, my turn.
Your turn.
Yes. We are now going the stairs up in the next level here. We are going to the bakery lab. And Leif Magne Grastveit i Matvalget.
Okay.
He is in charge at the bakery lab. And together with him, he has a bunch of people that really knows what to do. It's bakers, it's one farmer, it's chefs, and Leif Magne, are you here? Is it possible to connect now up to the bakery lab? This is very interesting. We have never done it before, so we just have to test. But they should be ready. They will present themselves. Are you able to connect? Okay. Oh, there they are. Hi. Can they hear me? No, they cannot hear me, so they just have to talk directly. Okay.
God morgen.
Good day.
Bonjour.
God morgon.
This is like a Eurovision Song Contest, isn't it?
Yes, and now we're live from the baking lab.
From the kitchen.
Yes.
Very welcome. We are going to host you. My name is Ann-Christine, and this is my colleague.
I'm Leif Magne.
And we are working at something called Matvalget. What's that?
Matvalget is working with helping people making sustainable public meals, and we're working a lot with schools and kindergartens and older houses and others who want to do something better with their food.
And we love grains or cereals.
Yeah.
So we are going to present you for our bakers and chefs today. So the first one is
Who are you?
Hi everyone, my name is Sebastian Boudet. I am French, as you can hear. It's hard to hide. I live in Stockholm since 20 years and I've been dedicating my life to ancient grain and sourdough bread. So that's why we're here. It's like Christmas Eve right now because we received like grain and flowers from all over the country, and it's like very exciting. You could feel the excitement in that room. I don't know if you feel it out there. Well, if I were you, I would set some dough and hang with us those 2 days, because what we're gonna do here is like experimenting and trying all those grains and try to feel the flavor and how the fermentation is going. So it's like very, very fun, especially to bake with you guys, everyone. So I had a small bakery in Stockholm for 3 years, and there I was working with ancient grain and small farmers. So the challenge, which is not a challenge, it was just like something fun, was to work only with small farms for everything, like eggs and milks and grain. And then I have my 2 home mills where I was making like 80% of all the flour. And then I was buying some sifted flour from Valbro Kvarn and Limabacka Kvarn in Sweden. I've closed this place for 3 weeks ago, so now I'm like without any bakery, so it's very fun. It's my first baking since I've been closing, so it's a little bit
You can
fun.
spend more time with us.
Yes, exactly. That I would definitely. All right.
Yes.
Next up.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Torsten. Hey, my name is Torsten. I'm a chef. I've been working a bit with grains, challenge the flavors, the texture, and use the whole grains mostly for food, served in restaurants, and yeah, just have fun with grains. And I love grains.
Yeah.
What are you going to do for us today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow I'm gonna make a rye burger. I'm gonna make some rye otto. I'm gonna make some tapas or some finger food, and yeah, just have fun.
And we're all going to taste it, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna serve it for you.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cecilia, and I run a farm in the middle of Norway.
It's actually so far up north that it is on the edge of what is possible to grow grains for food consumption or to making bread. And my motivation as a farmer to start growing ancient grains was that I wanted to grow something that was good for our health. I wanted to make better bread, and because I as well has been working 25 years in a hospital, 12 of them in gastrointestinal wards, I have seen a lot of bad stomachs. So for 6-7 years we have been growing grains, and together with 5 other farms in the middle of Norway, we founded a company named Gullimunn 6 years ago, and now we have different kinds of ancient grains, and we bake a lot. Every year we do a test baking, and I'm going to talk more about that a little bit later today.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm glad to be here. Just walked in the door. It's very fun to be here with all you guys, and not least with Sebastian. I've been following him for like many years. Since when I started baking, you were like the star, and Chad Robertson in San Francisco, you two guys were like the main inspirations. So that's very cool. I run a small bakery in Oslo called Ille Brød Surdeigsbakeri, and we also focus on ancient grains and local grains, and that's simply because it's way better tasting. That's one thing. It's a huge part of it for us, and obviously because it's much more sustainable, both for the earth, the soil, the food soil, and for our stomachs as well, our health, as Cecilia were saying here. So yeah, for us it's simply not an alternative. It's either ancient grains, heritage grains, or no grains at all. Really. Yeah. So we really hope that this session will inspire people to, when you go home and you buy flour in the store, you look for the good stuff, and if it's not there, then you should ask for it, because it's always a possibility to get it into the store, and they're more than willing to do that. I've done that several times before in like any small to bigger store. So that's super important, I think, to actually make a change. It has to be bought from the farmer and from the miller. Yep.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it is.
We will bake a lot these days, but we also want to make other kinds of food using the whole grain. We get some served for lunch also, made by Vitenparken. But we want to show a little bit of how we think we can use also the grain that's not has the quality of baking, and how to use that in other kind of cooking.
Yep, and so we'll start with a chicken or a hen, actually.
We have a hen here. Oi. Just put it in the pot.
And then we have emmer. It's been soaking in water throughout night.
And both emmer and hen needs some time here to cook. So that's why it's nice just to put it in the casserole all together, so to make a nice creamy consistency.
Yeah, some herbs.
You put in some herbs and pepper and carrots.
And then some water. And we'll start boiling. It will be boiling while you are talking.
Yes. Maybe we get something that looks a little bit like it later today.
Yeah. So thank you from the kitchen. No?
Yeah, we have still a bit time left actually.
Do you have that?
So, Sebastian, what are you doing?
So, I've been doing some milling because some of the grain came as a grain. So we get those beautiful grains from Anders. So I started to mill. So now, the mill is like sound. It sounds very, very high, very loud. So that's why I'm waiting until we're off camera. So I made the first dough just to try a little bit the texture. So I'm going to do some dough with the flour that we mill ourselves here, and then some dough with flour that already came, like a milled, and then I have some very coarse flour, and I don't know, I'm going to try to have them as they are, and I'm going to try to mill them even thinner, because it's very important to feel the difference. When you mill differently, you get like different specificity in the flour. And then I would try to mix, and I'm not so interested in sifted flour, but I got a challenge to make a burger bun for tomorrow. We're going to do some like a rye, very rye stuff. So we're going to do a brioche with rye, and the challenge to get the texture to be very fluffy and light, and to get this short feeling in mouth like you should have with the burger. You shouldn't get too much like elasticity in the bread. So I think the rye is going to work very good, because many bakers put potatoes, for example, to take down the protein and to get it a little bit shorter. And instead of having potatoes, then I could just use the svedjeråg, the slash and burn rye. That is like very, very beautiful. I mean, I could look at it, like every grain, they had like different size and shape and colors. They were really, really nice. So that be it with some, so those will be ready tomorrow. So I guess later on the further session, I could show you the process for that dough also. See if you can do burger bun with only rye.
That's very cool. And it's really nice to see that we're using the whole grain flour. That's also what we in Matvalget normally work with, helping the schools to use kind of making breads that really are healthy to eat and good for us. It's nice to see how that can be done in practice.
Absolutely, yeah. Cool, and it's lovely to have a meeting with the kitchen and the bakers and all you other guys, because we need to talk to each other. So that's why it's so perfect to be here. Now we can collaborate, and we're just like, the grains are going to take over the world.
Yeah, and shall we have a little look of some of the grains that we got? Because we have a table outside here, so we are on the second floor. So if you like to come up in the breaks or in the lunch break to have a look on all the grains and cereals, you're more than welcome to come up and have a look.
Yeah.
We have some purple and some blue wheat. And a lot of things to do, so please just come up and have a look.
Here's some beautiful grains. Yeah.
They're really, really nice. So it's a lot to look up here. And also, if you have any questions during the day, please ask them, and we'll try to answer during these sessions. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get Martin going.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And now you're doing another bread, or?
Yes. I got this very beautiful henger flour that you've been.
It's mine.
Yeah, it's yours. So it's very sensitive. I mean, I'm not gonna mess this up, because she's gonna get really mad at me.
Cecilia who's made the flour. Yeah.
And that's something very amazing about the numbers. Like the falling time and the protein is like so high and so beautiful. I mean, I could tell that in Sweden, like now I got some all the first Everest coming in and getting to analyze, and then we get like very low protein, and we had very high falling time, which makes our job much more difficult. I mean, not impossible, because you can always adjust, but it makes it a little bit more complicated. So here we got a falling number of 288, which is like stunning. It's perfect. And the protein is 13.2. So I'm very curious about this one. I love to bake with henger whole grain. The whole grain, and it's very fine, the milling. Like the flour is very, very small particles, and that makes that it's gonna get even better elasticity in the dough. So that's gonna be quite fun to try this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have more time? Or
yeah, we have more time.
More time.
Actually, we have 6 more minutes.
6 minutes. I can. Okay. Well,
so,
don't ask me to talk, because guys, you're gonna.
I put on a coin and
I'm unstoppable. Okay. So my plan, because Cecilia, she's gonna do more like as a consistent baking with one recipe and the different grain. Yeah, to be able to compare different grain at the same level when they've been baking in the exact same way, making like bread in a tin. So it's holding and one like freestanding, so we could just see how the bread is holding. I'm going to be more like a crazy baker here and trying out and experimenting more. I don't have anything to more than doing the baker stuff. It's like to open grain. For me, opening grain is the best thing, like just water, salt, and grain. And it's like just like a winemaker opening the grape. I want to open the grain and to experiment the flavor, but also maybe challenge some flours to see how far I could go with the water. I'm not going to take too much risk. I would do that if we had like a week or so. Yeah. I could do like several. Now I'm going to try to play some safe cards and maybe not do a very, very high hydration, because this is just about, it would be silly because then you take more risks. I want to, it's very hard when you meet the flour for the first time or grain. It's like, could be very painful. That's why our job is to repeat and adapt all the time. And as first meeting, it's just about, feelings, because I don't get much more, especially quite for you. I have numbers, so that makes my job much easier. So I could actually take more risk with that flour, for example. While some other, like the grain we got from Andash, I'm going to mill it on a small table mill, and that'd be a little bit more tricky. But it's going to be fun. But I will do some sifted flour, because the sifted flour we got, it's like on-craft sifted flour. It's not the big industrial white flour you buy at the store. It's a big difference. If it's like a roller mill that is big industrial, then you remove like almost everything. Like you remove 80% of all the nutriment and you remove all the fiber. But if you have like a on-craft sifted flour, then you get like so much more good stuff that go through the sift and gets into the flour. So you could tell by just taking the flour in your hand, and then you press with the back side of a spoon, and then you could see all those like a mosaic of small spots of, and that's like the fibers, the minerals, all the good stuff. You won't find that in a white flour bought in the store. So that's something you have to see. And the sifted flour I got were very, very nice. So I'm going to try some, even though it's not my big passion. My big passion is the whole grain. Yeah. It's like, that's where you get it, everything.
Very good. It will be very interesting to follow the processes during the day today and tomorrow. And
we're going to try to share everything, not only the good stuff. I mean, it's going to be some problems. And I think that my experience is like you learn more about problems than good stuff. I mean, when you succeed, it's perfect. It's nothing to talk about. So we're going to try to provoke some problems also. Because I think people out there have trouble sometimes. And often, when it's going wrong, that's where you get frustrated and you need some answers. So let's do stuff go wrong here. So we could, because we are like together here, it's like a little bubble of people passionate about grain. And as you know, you need to take risks. And when you take risks, then you can fall. And when you fall, then for once, we are like together. It's not like only you alone at in your kitchen and in your bakery and being frustrated. Then we can get frustrated together and try to find answers to all our problems. We experiment.
Yeah. And in our daily life, we actually ask people that don't bake to start baking, and that's just a challenge just to start to bake. You know, it's something to come through. So how to make it easy enough to succeed, but still like bake with quality? That's really we want to know something about. So that would be great.
Yes. Then I think we can. We said what we had to say.
Yeah.
And we're really looking forward for this to see the processes. Hopefully, get some problems so we can learn something new from each other.
You will, I promise. I promise. Let's push it. So I have 15 doors going on, so it might be a problem.
Yeah.
So
good.
That's really good.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, thank you for up here.
What they will find out. If there are any more producers now that do have flour that they want to share with the bakers, you have to put them up in the second floor on the table outside. It's lots of producers already that has put their flour there. So it will be really, really exciting what to find out. It will also be Mock Mill has some presentation mills standing upstairs, and it's also possible to buy yourself a mill to bring home. But the bakers will have the possibility to make their whole fresh flour for baking, and that will also be interesting. And now you have 5 minutes break to fill up your cup. And I will also tell you about on the table down here. Can you just wave your hands down here? On your table, it's paper. If you don't want to be the ones that take everyone to you, then you can come and sit here later. But the paper on that table is registered for the sessions after lunch, and you have to decide what session you want to go to before we go to lunch 1 o'clock. Okay? So if you do it in this break or the next break, but before you go eating, you have to sign up in one of the sessions. Is that okay? Well, 5 minutes, and then we will come back to Anders Borgen's presentation. Hi. Begynner vi så vidt. We are ready to start again for the signing of the presentation for the sessions after lunch. It's for the number 1, 2, and 3 is for day 1, and 4, 5, and 6 is for tomorrow. So you have to sign up for both the days. Well, you can come sit down. I will present the next person here, Anders Borgen. Anders Borgen is a scientist and founder of Agrologica. Agrologica is specialized in development of organic grain. Hello! Sit down, please. You can sign up later. You don't need to do it in well, yeah. So come and sit down. Yeah. Anders Borgen. Det er veldig fint hvis dere kan slutte å snakke i hvert fall. Hallo? Hallo? Takk. Takk. Anders Borgen. Anders Borgen is a scientist and a founder of Agrologica. Agrologica is specialized in developing of organic grain. Borgen has been working a long time focusing on developing material that performs the best under organic farmers' conditions. Varieties of grain that provide farmers, bakers, brewers, and consumers with the best quality for their needs. Is that okay? That was a really good presentation.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And when you go visit him, you will just be amazed at what he all the field that you have. But you probably have a lot of pictures. Vær så god.
Thank you. Yeah, as she said, I'm Anders Borgen. It was actually Anders Næss who invented this title, Breeding for the Future, which is, yeah, of course, breeding is for the future. We can't breed for the past, can we? But it's actually not, maybe it's more true than it is, than it says, because I've been in this community for many years, working with ancient grains and heritage varieties. And my point today is that I think we are ready to go to the next level, to go into breeding. But it will not be in the same way as just taking the modern conventional varieties. And he instructed me to use this. Okay. When I look at varieties, say we have some varieties, and there are also some traits that we want. And I will mainly talk about wheat today, but it also covers other grains. We have the problem today when we make bread from whatever varieties we have, and farmers also have some problems. And the main problem at the moment for organic farmers is that the protein content is often too low to make a good baking. And there are many reasons for that. But the point is that the protein content is often too low. And that is mainly a problem with modern varieties. So modern varieties, high-yielding modern varieties, normally have too low protein for baking when grown under organic conditions. And therefore many organic farmers, at least in this community, use heritage varieties, which often give a higher protein content and therefore a better baking quality. But many of the ancient grains, they have other problems. For example, the gluten index spelt is, yes, you get a very big bread, but if you're not a very good baker, it looks like a pancake or a pizza bread. So the structure in heritage grain is not as we're used to in modern grain. And there also, my specialty is, I love the disease common bund stinksort. It's really a lovely disease to work with. But we have the problem that both modern varieties and ancient grains, they are very susceptible to this disease, which is very good for me because that's what I'm researching on. But of course the farmers have a problem with this, and I think we should go and breed for resistant varieties. And we can't do that in heritage grain because they are as they are. We cannot change them, then they are not old anymore. So changing them into resistance is what I call breeding. And there are also problems with modern varieties are normally very short and therefore have a bad weed competition. So I think both heritage varieties and modern conventional varieties could be improved. And that's what I'm trying to do in my breeding program. This is a list of in Denmark, we have what we call landsforsøg, national trials, variety trials. And there are hundreds of them. And this is, can this point? No, probably can't do that. Yes, here. Can you see the cursor? Yes, you can. So this is from 2006. And you can see here a few. There are a few varieties with very high yield, and there are some with lower yield. And the standard here is 100. That means compared with the variety mixture. Every year we include a variety mixture in the national trials. So they are always set to 100. So a few varieties have a yield higher than the variety mixture. And the variety mixture is a mixture of the most grown varieties in Denmark. This was from 2006, and here we see from 2012. You can see the red bars here, the varieties. I don't have my glasses, but it's probably Ambition and a few other varieties. 6 years later, they have a lower yield, or at least compared to the variety mixture. So the yield decreases, or you could say new varieties come in and give a higher yield. I put in a line here also saying that if you want to introduce a new variety to the market, you need to have this variety approved by a VCU test, value for cultivation and use. And in order to have it approved, it must have a yield more than 100. So only these ones can be approved as new varieties. If you introduce these varieties now, they would not be approved because the yield is lower than 100. So only new varieties with a yield more than 100 can be approved. But if you look at this, these are the same data. This is from 2012. So this is the same data as this one. But here I plotted in also the protein content. And what you can see is that the high-yielding varieties, they have a low protein content. And the low-yielding varieties have a high protein content. The funny thing here is that none of them comes above 11%, and this is under conventional conditions. It's based on an average of about 100 trials. So in average, none of the varieties on the variety list come in average with more than 11% protein. If you do this on organic conditions, the protein content will be even lower. So therefore, the high-yielding varieties will never reach baking quality. It's not possible with a high yield to have baking quality. Here we have seen the development over the past some like 30 years. If we look first at the green one, that is the average variety of variety mixtures in organic farming. It has slightly improved over 30 years. The same with the red one. This is conventional, under the same variety mixture grown under conventional conditions. An increase in yield over 30 years. Not very much, a few percent, but the yield is increasing. But if you look at the protein content is decreasing. So the high yield results in a decreasing protein content. Or you could say the decreasing protein content is the price or actually the reason for the increasing yield. You're not breeding just for increased yield. You're breeding for decreased protein content. And that is, and we cannot avoid this correlation between protein and yield. Here I have taken plotted in a big variety trial with the red one is modern varieties, and the blue ones are heritage varieties from Hans Larsson. Hans Larsson is, yes, he's taking old Swedish varieties, but he's actually also to some degrees improving them. He is selecting also because there is often a genetic diversity and they may develop over years. So it's not, all of them are not exactly the same as heritage varieties, but it is Hans Larsson's version of the heritage varieties. And what you can see is that they actually fit the same line. Whether it's an old variety or a modern variety, some of them have a high yield and some have low yield, but they all fit the same line in comparison with protein content. Only the modern varieties have the very high yield and the low protein content. But of course, Hans Larsson is not interested in protein content that is so low. Because it's used for baking, then it's not relevant. And this was, it is quite a high protein. It's protein content times 10, so that means 150 means 15% protein content. So it is very high protein content, but that's because it is spring wheat and it's sown very late. And if you sow spring wheat very late, you get a very high protein content. This is a comparison actually showing the same thing. This is a trial with the blue one is breeding lines from Nordic seed, and this is winter wheat. So this is, you can see, an expression of what conventional companies is breeding for. It's high yield. The red ones are my breeding lines. And the yellow ones are breeding lines from the Austrian breeding company Saatzucht Donau. And they are breeding for Austrian conditions and they are breeding for high baking quality. But what you can see is that they fit the same line. It's a very narrow correlation between protein content and yield. And if you're breeding for baking quality, you will get a high protein content and a low yield, but it fits the same line. It's not that modern varieties or conventional breeding is one line and the organic or the heritage is on another line. It fits the same line. It's all explained by protein. Another thing is pure lines or mixtures. This is a very simple variety mixture of only 4 varieties in each. And these are the most grown varieties in Denmark. And here you have the mixture, sorts blending. So the variety mixture is always set to 100. And then the pure lines within the mixture, what do they perform? Some of them are better, some of them are worse. But what you can see is that the variety mixture is always second best. There will always be one of them, one of the pure line varieties that are better than the mixture, but most of them are actually worse than the mixture. Another thing you can see is that 1 year my bus is the best, and the next year my bus is the worst. So the variety go up and down. It's you cannot predict which of these varieties will be the best next year, but you always know that the mixture will be second best. So on average, the mixture is better than the pure lines, even though the mixtures will never be number one. But over years, over just a few years, and these are the same varieties, so it's not because the variety mixture is changing, but the mixtures will always be better than the pure lines on average. And you never know which of the pure lines will be the best. So if you are a farmer who wants to have the high yield, you're best off with a mixture. And this is a very simple mixture with only 4 varieties. The more diversity you put into the system, the higher the mixing effect will be. And I've talked about protein and yield, but of course many other things relates to that, because, for example, taste. The reason that there is this correlation between yield and protein is, of course, that high-yielding varieties is high-yielding because they are very effective in photosynthesis. They collect sunlight and make it into starch. The grain starts with making a structure of cell walls of protein, and then they fill it up with starch. And the higher the yield, the more effective photosynthesis you have, the more starch you can put into the seed, and therefore the protein will, in relative terms, fall. That's why you have a low protein content in high-yielding varieties. But starch, this is the white flour, isn't it? Has a color of paper and also the same taste and nutrient value. It's just starch. All the taste and all the nutrients and all the that is in the proteins and the bran and the minerals. Okay, Torn asked me to speed up. So when I'm breeding for organic conditions, I will not be breeding only for yield. I will be breeding also for other things. I think I will skip this. And I know Regina will come back to all the legal aspects, but it is very important to understand this, that it is not profitable and it's not legal to breed for organic farming. Because it's not possible, if we want to make a variety that fits the standards, if you want to have a yield more than a standard 100, we cannot get it approved. And if we have it approved, we have to pay for it. And it is very costly to approve a new variety. And you should not only, and if you want to be successful, you should at least apply for 5 or 10 varieties, and if you're lucky, one of them will be approved. So organic farming is not big enough to fund a breeding program. It's not possible. So therefore, we have to find other ways. And we have in Denmark found a loophole because the seed legislation only covers, it does not cover research. And therefore it is legal to sell seed if it is for test purposes. And that's what we do now that I can deliver seed to other companies so that they can try the seed. And if they try it and it's successful, then they are allowed to use home-saved seed. And then I'm not selling seed. I only sell it for test. Next year there will be some new possibilities in the seed legislation so that we can actually certify populations, which is we plan to do. And on this basis, we have founded the organization Landsorten, which is sort of a Danish version of Alkorn, but based not only on heritage varieties, but also on new breeding lines from organic plant breeding. And with this organization, if you are a member, then you can get access to the seed, and then I, as a breeder, are paid by the membership fee. With this organization, this is all the things that I'm breeding. We can talk about that later. It gives the possibility, by using this loophole in the legislation, it gives us the possibility to make much cheaper plant breeding. Because we do not have to make it pure line, we do not have to meet the VCU requirement, and therefore we can actually breed for the purpose that you need. If Gullimunn in northern Norway, or you call it middle northern of the wheat growing area, if you want a specific variety, then we can actually do it for you. It would be impossible if we had to stick to the seed legislation. This is a seed cleaning facility, so it's a seed factory that goes from farm to clean the seed, and for the home-saved seed, because I think we need to have to base the system on home-saved seed. This is just pictures from my trials, and that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you're happy about it. Yes. Good. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. And
Anders will stay. Anders will stay here, and then.
Yeah. Okay. He stays here to answer questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Right. I guess there are quite a few questions, but we might be that we have to take some of these later. But there is a trade-off between quantity and quality. We see that. And maybe the future thing is not just about yield and technical quality, but there are other things that come into question. So, how many wants to say something in here? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Good. How many do we have here? None. Okay. Wonderful. So just present yourself briefly and then ask your question.
Hello. Can you hear me? I am Tove Wortman from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. We're working with the project of heritage cereals, and we've been wondering whether the size and the form på kornet, the form of the grain is smaller, and if that's a problem in heritage cereals.
No, I don't understand.
The size of the kernels, yes. Is that a problem with whether there are smaller sizes on the heritage varieties? Have you noticed that?
The seed size is very much genetic. So normally the seed size will be a genetic effect. So some varieties have big kernels and some varieties have small kernels. But of course, if you have a crop failure, then you can have shrunken seeds. And the shrunken seed will have normally a very high protein content, but not necessarily a better baking quality, because it will not be the gluten proteins that are increased. It will be more like the albumins. But Yes, it is a problem, but often you will do that by sifting the grains before milling, so or at least before sowing, that you remove the shrunken seeds. So I don't think it's not a problem specific to heritage varieties. That is dependent on the cropping of the field.
Yeah, I have a question concerning these proteins. That if you would give the plant more space, would it give higher protein content?
Yes, yes, it will. The protein content is determined by, of course, also by fertilizer. You can increase the protein content by fertilizer, but you can also do it in space. I grow my grain on 40 centimeter row distance, which is very much. Normally most farmers grow it on 11 centimeters, 11, 12 centimeters, something like this. If you increase to 15 or 20, not very much happens. But if you increase it to 30, 40, or even 50 centimeter, then you get a decrease in yield, but you get an increase in protein content. I have very poor sandy soils, and I grow wheat. So no farmer would be so insane to grow wheat on so sandy soils. But my wife wants to stay where I live, so I stay there. So when I have to grow wheat to have a decent protein content, then I increase the row distance. And in that way you get, there will be more water, more nutrients, more sunlight for each single plant, and therefore you get a higher protein content and bigger kernels. So you can go upstairs, second floor, and look at the kernels. They're very, very big and very beautiful, and that's because I have such a big row distance.
Anders? Yeah.
Yes, I'm Grete Evjen from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food in Norway. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. My question is about this testing, the samples, when you send out samples from testing from the Landsorten. Do you also have a system to collect data or information about how they do in the field, and so that also the farmers can gain from such information when they decide what to grow?
Well, I have to say that Landsorten was established only half a year ago, so, so there's not much data yet. But yes, in principle, that is the purpose, that we should have some kind of platform where we can share experience and data, yes. But it is meant to be not only a system to cheat the EU legislation, it is actually meant to be an organization where we cooperate. So we have the whole food chain involved with bakers and companies and farmers and millers, all integrated in the same organization in order to do this interconnection with exchange of experience, yes.
Hi, I just got the mic over here. I'm Ola Vestengen from Noragric at this university, NMBU. Thank you for a great presentation. And on this organization, it sounds to me like you have chosen almost like a guerrilla tactic in Denmark. And I'm, after listening to you, it really sounds like this VCU requirement is a nuisance and a big hurdle. So my question is, why have you chosen this tactic of making this new organization instead of sort of trying to change the system? Is there any international obligations on Denmark, for example, that makes it impossible to change the VCU requirements in a way that would be more, helpful to the way you're working?
I don't think we have chosen not to work with the government. We have worked with the government for many, many years, and we have a very good cooperation. But first of all, we don't have Regine in Denmark, so we have to do it in this way. But it's also, I'm not really sure that I want to change the legislation, because I'm not in disfavor of farmers having high-yielding varieties. It's just that with the current system, you get a very narrow variety trial in farming as a whole. So in Northern Europe, we grow 4 or 5 wheat varieties. So it's a very narrow choice of varieties. And the problem is that what about those farmers who don't want to have these specific traits in the high-yielding varieties? So it's what we have been arguing is not that we want to change conventional farming, the terms for conventional farming. What we want is a nursery or a kindergarten for us that are interested in other traits. If you're not going for the high-yielding varieties, then you're outside the system, and then everything gets very, very expensive and thereby impossible. It's not possible to breed durum varieties for central Scandinavia. It's not possible because the potential area in the field is maybe 1,000 hectares. That's a maximum. And it will never be profitable if we should pay 200,000 Danish kroner to have a variety approved for such a small area. So what we are trying to do is just to find conditions where we as a niche can exist. And this the system where is in full agreement with the Danish authorities. It's not. They know exactly what we are doing. They approve our system. So we discuss with them how we can, because they are also interested in having a food system that works. They are also interested in supporting Danish restaurants and Danish mills who want to make quality products. So they know there is a problem with the existing system. So they are happy to help us making the loopholes so that we can develop this system. Does that answer your question? A lot of words, at least.
Thank you very much. We have more questions. We know that, but Anders will be here, so after the session, after lunch, there will be possibilities in that production session to go a bit deeper in this.
Yeah.
Okay?
And you can also grab him in the lunch. Place yourself in the same table and you will have a great time. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yes. And now it's time again to say hello to the bakers and the chefs and the baking lab. Are you ready? This is exciting. Yeah, hi.
Hello. Then we're back from the baking lab, and now we will start with Cecilia and what you are doing.
Yes, I am going to try to explain a little bit about how Gullimunn is organizing their test baking, and I think it's a very good thing to do because especially if you are sited in a place as in Trøndelag, where we come from, where we have extreme weather conditions. It's a little bit difficult to grow grains. We are very far up north. The growing season is very short, or much shorter than in the southern part of Norway. And because of that, we have extreme varieties in the different seasons of our harvest.
So we are working with what we call vintage grains. We have every season has its own quality. And in our test baking that we normally do in February every year for the last year's season, we try to find out how does this type behave, what is the characteristics, what can we use this grain for. And it is very exciting. And when you have all the grains and you work with them at once, it's much easier to see the differences between them. So what I have been doing now is that I have found 6 types of flour. My plan was to find 6 types of spelt from different areas from all the participants here. But I was able to find 3 types of spelt, and then I have 2 types of Dala landvete, and I have one old Norwegian wheat called fram. So the method that we use is that we bake very standardized. It's not the goal to have perfect bread, but it's the goal to see the different qualities in the flour. So what I have been doing now is that I have been taking 700 grams of flour and 15 grams of salt and 150 grams of sourdough, and that is Martin's sourdough from his bakery. And that's a sourdough mixed rye with land wheat. And then I have added about 500 grams of water. So, and then I just start to mix the doughs. And it's very, very exciting because immediately you can see the different qualities regards to contexts of the flour, how easy it is to mix it, and you can already start to have some characteristics in the flour. This is spelt from Økologisk Spesialkorn, and immediately it was very smooth. The water disappeared very fast in the flour, and the dough got together right away. And you can see now it's like 20-25 minutes since I mixed the dough, and it's already feeling very strong, very smooth. I smell it, and I don't know if you can see it or if we are too far away, but it's already been building a very strong net.
Yeah.
And this is very different from the spelt from Jenny. Jenny in Grong in Trøndelag. She is the farmer that grows spelt. Fathers up north. I don't know how you can say it. Like
yeah, you can't go more north than that to grow spelt.
More north than that. And her spelt was a little bit more stickier to mix it. It didn't come together as smooth, but and I could immediately see that it needed more water than the spelt from Økologisk Spesialkorn. But
did you add any more water then?
No,
or
I didn't add more water.
Because you do standardized recipe.
No, I do it standardized, and now I just put the same amount of water on all doughs. And I didn't. Normally we add, as Sebastian mentioned in our last session, we can stress the flour a little bit with having a high percentage of hydration, but I didn't do that today. But you can also see that this is it's already coming together. It's kind of elastic, so I think it's very nice as well. And when I tried it now, it didn't feel so sticky. So it will be very exciting to see how it will develop. And then I have a spelt from Gullimunn. It's as well in Trøndelag, but it's other analysis on it. And this is actually very surprisingly more sticky.
Okay.
Yeah. More smooth, but this one didn't need so much water, at least not yet. But maybe perhaps when we see the doughs further on, and maybe it's not so strong as the 2 other ones.
No.
So it's different.
Yeah.
And then we have the Dala landvete. This is from Økologisk Spesialkorn. Very different. And Sebastian is going to tell a little bit about milling afterwards, but this flour is milled in a very grovt. Coarse.
Very coarse.
It's very coarse. So that's why, of course, it's the dough is a little bit different. But compared with the spelt, it's a completely other world compared to consistence of the dough. It's much shorter and more sticky.
And this one you can stretch at all compared to the...
Yeah, you can stretch a little bit, but not so much.
No?
But I think as well it is because of the milling that is a little bit more coarser than the spelts. And this is Dala from Vestjøterne, and you can see it's completely different in if you see the color. So it's very
this looks more kind of homogeneous, and this is a bit more spots in it, and the color here is this is more gray maybe in the color. So
it's more gray, but this is more like yellow.
Yeah.
And it's more. It feels a little bit stronger. It doesn't have to be because we don't know yet. And I think this is a very fast day. It's a very
it's kind of
it's not so loose.
A stiff day.
Stiff, yeah. So I think maybe I am going to add a little bit more water, or else I think it will be perhaps a little bit too dry.
Okay.
And the last dough that I have in this test making is Fram. It's an
I can hold it for you.
It's an old Norwegian land wheat, and it's quite different. When I'm mixing the dough already, maybe a little bit more similar to the spelt than the Dala actually. It has a little bit more white color, and it feels different. So when we do the test baking, we try to document all these things as we bake, and we are checking the dough every half an hour, and we make documentation. And when the dough is mature enough, of course, we put it in baking tins, and we do yeasting in the fridge over the night. Tomorrow we will bake them, and then we will see the differences in all these different doughs, and we will try to taste them, and we will try to find some that we can put the words on what does this actually taste. Is there some differences in how they taste? So we are going to need some help for that. So if there is someone down there that wants to do that, you're very welcome.
Hopefully there is someone interested in bread.
Yeah. And when we're finished with this test baking and we find all these different qualities, maybe one dough is very loose, or it's very difficult to bake bread with it. Maybe we can do it. We can use it for other things, perhaps muffins or waffles,
sugar breads, shortbreads.
Yes. And then we have all this flour that has very low falling number, because in Trøndelag we have very wet autumns, and we have a lot of grains that has low falling number. And actually our experience is that this is the best flour. It's more taste, and the customers often want to have it because it's a very good taste in it. And then we try to find areas that we can use that as well. Yes?
Very good. And shall we ask Sebastian some questions then? Should we keep on this microphone or
yeah, we can do so.
Yeah, we can do. Because milling is a question that we got. What effect does the milling have on the flour? And Cecilie has noticed some differences in the doughs now related to maybe how coarse the flour is. Can you just tell us a little bit of
Yeah, well, I mean, the milling is very important because when you mill, you stress the grain, you cut in small particles, and depends on the method you're using. Like now we have like different mills. There is like the regular stone mills, the big stones that turn quite slowly and that would unroll the grain, and then you will get like very fine particles of the bran. And then you get other mills where the bran would be bigger, and the bran is disturbing the gluten construction for the gluten web that is making in the dough. So if you get like lots of big flakes of bran, then that would make some damage on the gluten, and then the air produced by the yeast and the bacteria won't stay inside the bread. So the density of the final bread would be very depending on the milling of the flour. So my recommendation always, if you have very low protein inside a grain, then you should mill it very, very thin. Because when you mill it very thin, then you would free more protein that could become gluten. So for me, it's like the first thing. I would have like a standard milling first, like something like fine, but quite fine. And if I experiment that the dough is very, very short and not so strong, then I would mill it even thinner. So here, like today, we've been using like a mock mill, stone mill. It's like a table mill. So it's a very simple thing. I mean, this is like from the beginning of the age, it's two stones turning, and then the grain is getting in there and getting crushed. So depending on how you adjust the stones, the space between the stones, then you would get thinner or coarse flour. Then the texture of the milling would be also very important if you want to create some texture and some special feeling. Like if you bake in baking tins, then you don't really care about the gluten because you get the tins that it's holding everything, and then maybe you want to have a little bit more coarse texture with pieces and that it's getting something in your mouth that is like very, very specific. Me as French, I try to introduce the southern technique of baking. And my method, they are like about embracing the southern baking with the big bubbles and this open crumb and this very aromatic sourdough fermentation that is not too acidic, together with the whole grain and the Nordic grains, because welfare has been hitting us and everybody wants to have like open crumb, and when you're rich, you want to have like fluffy bread. Yeah. And I think to get fluffy bread shouldn't compromise the growing and the milling and the nutritious part of the bread, not to forget why do we eat bread. Do we eat bread to get protein and starch? I don't think so. I mean, we eat bread to get fiber and minerals and lots of good stuff to get feed and healthy. So the combination of both techniques. So I've been using a sourdough which was newly refreshed. So I refreshed it several times. On my journey here to Norway, I've been like making some stops and refreshing it. So all the time I keep the yeast in good shape. I want the yeast to be strong in there. Yeah. If I was baking more Nordic, then I would have maybe not that cared that much about the yeast. I would have promoted the bacteria instead and get like a more acidic sourdough. Acidic sourdough is compromising the gluten because the acidity would break down the protein. So if I want to have like light and fluffy bread, I rather promote yeast before bacteria. Even though bacteria are important, they're here and they will do some job, but I don't want them to be on the first line. And so I've been using like about 2 deciliter of sourdough. I used to use like volume rather than weight when I use liquid sourdough. Because the volume, if it's very strong, it's very fluffy. Yeah. And then I have more yeast. If it's the weight, if I have a very not so strong sourdough, then the weight wouldn't be as relevant than the volume I experiment. Yeah. In the bakery, I won't work with liquid sourdough. I would work with levain, which is the dough form of I mean, all those dough we have on the table tomorrow, when they have been fermented, they are levain, potential levain. So okay. At my bakery, I was doing like 60 spelt bread, and those 60 bread, they would not all of them end up in the oven. I would keep one. So I would bake 59 and keep one. And that one is carrying the culture of bacteria and yeast, and that one would be the seed that I would put in the new dough. And that's a very consistent way to work with ancient grain, as we had different kind of ancient grain, and I want my bread to be 100%, not 99.5%. Mm-hmm. If I have einkorn, I want it to be 100% einkorn, then I would have einkorn sourdough. So the culture is getting carried from dough to dough. all the time. So we've been baking for 1,000 days. It's been 1,000 transition, and so I could always look back and think that those doughs, they are like connected as a chain, and like they hang together. They are like brothers and sisters. I like that feeling. When you use liquid sourdough, it's like they are more like cousins, because the sourdough is something you will feed and take care of and put inside the dough. So that's just more like a philosophical difference. But for now, I've been using liquid sourdough because it's much easier when you travel and with the refreshing, and like here everything is new, so it's very complicated to do something consistent. The method for the dough, I've been using the home baking, because we are doing like small amounts, because we don't have huge ovens and we don't have the need to make like huge dough, so we make like small dough with 1 liter of water. This liter of water, I would put like around 1.2, 1.3 kilo of flour. Depends on the milling, because I got some vortex mill, virvel flour, which is very fine. It's very, very thirsty. So that flour would take lots of water, so I have a little less flour. And the other flour that are a little bit more coarse, then I have maybe a little bit more flour to get the right texture. I've been using sea salt, so I have the salt from the beginning, the water here, the salt, and then I have the sourdough, and then I have the flour. So I thought if we could hold this, we have a few minutes left, so we see how quick it goes to make a sourdough. So I have about 2 deciliters of sourdough, the salt, the water, and then I will always first get half of the flour and work it together. That's a good way to hydrate the sourdough, to make sure that the whole salt is being melting correctly, evenly. And then when I get this pancake-like texture, and then I would use my hand and really like mash it to remove all the pieces of flour. And when I have it, I just add the rest of the flour. And then I would just make it like some kind of homogeneous dough that would be resting. So behind me, I had already like 4 doughs, and those doughs now they are like resting. So after the mixing, I would just let it like rest for an hour. It's deauthorize. That would replace the kneading. We don't need a machine here. We get to be the machine. Yeah. I mean, that moment is the most beautiful moment of bread baking, when you're like mixing together, starting to feel the starch, the protein that coming up together, and it's like warm and nice. And that's not something I would give that away to a machine that has no feelings. That's part of the whole fun, like mixing the dough yourself and really feeling the particles. And that's your flour I've been taking. It's like the sifted spelt.
You love my flour.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always amazing. We know when plants are struggling, that's when they are the best. It's like tomatoes and apples, and it's like very beautiful. So I think it gives even more value to the quality, because it's so strong, it's so good, this flour. So you should be very proud.
Very good. Thank you. So this was it from up here for now, and I guess we're going to a break soon, and if you'd like to come up and have a look, just come.
Yeah, it is really exciting. They actually used 5 minutes of your break. I'm sorry. It's coffee and tea, and it's fruit. But I ask you to be ready in 5 minutes, so just bring it back here to your place. And then the next presentation will start 11. Okay?
Hei, det kan godt være sau, jeg. Eller, skal jeg gå?
Nei, hvis du går fremover. Ja, ja. Nei, fremover. Bare sånn at dere... Nå begynner nå.
Yes. Then the next presentation will be held by Tora Aslesdotter. She's a PhD candidate in food and science at the Norwegian University of Life Science, and it's actually in the neighboring building, so you haven't traveled very far. Her main focus of work is digestibility, bioavailability, and health effects of different food materials. She has worked on ancestral wheat types regarding protein degradation and celiac disease related epitopes. Yes, it's so difficult. And currently, she is working on a project to characterize components in different Norwegian wheat spices related to wheat sensitivity. Yes. Okay, this will be hard. But this is actually something that I'm really looking forward to. When we started to plan this conference, the second or maybe third time we started to plan it, then it was NRK had an article about you. And we have to ask her. And you said yes. So, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me now with the mic? So thank you for the introduction and thank you for inviting me here. So the topic of my talk is compositional differences related to wheat sensitivity based on ancestral and common wheat types. The content of my talk is based on a study we did last year on celiac disease-related epitopes in Norwegian wheat, where we looked at ancestral and common wheat types. And we used a static model to simulate digestion, the human digestion. And then we analyzed the digester to see how the proteins or the gluten was broken down. And then I would like to say something about a new project we have now on Norwegian wheat, which is on the identification of components related to wheat intolerance. First, I would like to introduce you to the evolution of wheat, but I guess many of you know this better than me. The evolution of wheat is described in this figure very simply. On the top, we have the diploid species. Can you see the pointer here? Yep. This is a Triticum monococcum, which we know as einkorn. Then this developed into a tetraploid species, Triticum turgidum, which is the ancestor of wild emmer and durum wheat. And then the tetraploid species further developed into a hexaploid species, the Triticum aestivum, which is the species that we know as common wheat or bread wheat today. They are all members of the same family, and they have chromosomes in multiple sets of 7. So when I'm talking about common wheat today, I refer to this hexaploid or the common wheat, and the ancestral wheat, I refer to the einkorn and emmer and spelt. When we started working on the celiac disease-related epitopes, of different wheat samples. The background for that is that the digestion of gluten produces what we call epitopes, which is responsible for an immune response in people that has celiac disease. And then our aims for this study was to apply wheat sample to a digestion model and then identify these epitopes. And we also wanted to identify an immune-dominant fragment of gliadin. And then, as we started working with this, we collected several wheat samples, and then we also wanted to see if there were differences between the ancestral types and the common types of wheat. I will not go very deeply into the methodology, but as I mentioned in the beginning, we used something called a static in vitro digestion model. This is a model that simulates the digestion but outside the human body. And this model has now reached an international consensus. And it simulates then the various steps of the digestion. So the oral phase, the gastric phase, and the intestinal phase. And what we also use into this model is human enzymes or human gastrointestinal juices that has been collected from volunteers by aspiration. So it brings the model even closer to a human digestion. So when we have digested samples, we have to apply an analytical tool to be able to measure everything that is within our aim. And for this study, our aim was to identify the epitopes and the immune-dominant fragment that was released from the protein after digestion, and see if those epitopes stayed intact or if they were further broken down, because if they are further broken down, they are not reactive anymore. And for the identification of the peptides, we used something called a proteomic approach, which then allows us to identify the amino acid sequence of the peptides. And we found that none of the digested wheat samples contained an intact immune-dominant fragment from this gliadin. However, we found that several shorter sequences were present in the digesters. I will try to explain this figure very simplified. This illustrates the immune-dominant fragment, which is a pink line here. And it's immune-dominant because it contains several epitopes within its sequence, overlapping sequences here. And the color blocks beneath the pink line is actually different sequences or different peptides that we identified in our digesters of the wheat. What we see here is that there are very different sequences identified from different wheat samples, and also the amount of them and the size of them differs a lot. If you remember back to the explanation of the evolution of wheat, then the different wheat types has a very different genome. So in this identification, we only found these fragments from the common wheat types. We didn't find this immune-dominant fragment in the ancestral wheat. And this is actually explained by the genome. Because the protein that this fragment is within is from the alpha-gliadin, which is located, it's encoded by a gene that is located on a chromosome that doesn't exist in the ancestral wheat types. So this explains these results. When we looked further into the digested wheat to identify all possible epitopes, and not only the immune-dominant region, we found that ancestral wheat produced fewer of the reactive sequences. And when we counted all these peptides containing the epitope, we found that einkorn and spelt contained lowest. You can see that on the left side here of the graph. Here we have the ancestral type, and here is the common wheat types. Sorry. And these results were published last year in the Journal of Food, so you can read the whole article there. But the conclusion we drew from this study was that the ancestral wheat released fewer peptides, immunogenic peptides, but we still have to say that they are highly toxic for celiac patients because they are there in the digestive, just at a lower degree. But more general use of the ancestral wheat types may actually reduce celiac disease incidence, because we have seen, or there are some studies that shows that the incidence of celiac disease in adulthood is more likely to happen with a high gluten diet. So, over to the next project. Since we found these differences in the digested products of the common and ancestral wheat, we wonder whether we could identify other differences. And this led to a new project that is funded by Forskningsmidlene for jordbruk og matindustri. And we wanted to look into the question of why there is an increase in gluten intolerance or digestive disorder related to eating wheat. And we wanted to identify components related to these disorders, and we wanted to find wheat types with low content of these components. We meant that this was important. This was an important aspect because of the increase in the dietary shift towards a gluten-free diet. Mainly because gluten-free products in general are often imported food. They are more expensive and also less nutritious, at least when you look at the protein content. Before I go into the project itself, I just want to show you this because I came across many different terms when I was reading up on this topic. And people usually talk about their intolerance or sensitivity or allergy, but it's not really explained what they are suffering from. So we have the wheat allergy, we have the gluten allergy, very well-known celiac disease. And then there is also non-celiac gluten sensitivity, and gluten intolerance and wheat intolerance. So with this slide here, I just want to separate them and identify them. And the celiac disease is the very well-known autoimmune disease, which is response to gluten. And this is where the immune system attacks the normal tissue, damaging the small intestine. And this is where the gluten, both the gliadin and glutenin, is the main factor. Then we have the wheat allergy, which is an allergic reaction to wheat proteins. Not only gluten, it could be other proteins as well. And then the category that we are focusing on is the wheat intolerance, which is also known as the gluten intolerance or non-celiac gluten sensitivity. But I think that wheat intolerance, the term wheat intolerance covers it better because we don't know if it has anything to do with gluten. And it could be carbohydrates in the wheat, it could be peptides, or it could be proteins. So when we looked into the literature of this topic, we decided to go further into 3 components that is within wheat that we wanted to research regarding different wheat types. We decided to work with Fruktans, which is a FODMAP. Maybe you know what FODMAP is, but these are carbohydrates that are poorly digested in the small intestines, and then they become fermented in the large intestines. Then there is a protein called amylase trypsin inhibitor, which is a low molecular weight protein, and that can stimulate an immune response, which results in inflammation. But it could also inhibit the digestive enzymes so that the food will then be poorly digested. And the last component that we chose to study is the opioid peptides. And they can be released from gluten during digestion. So they are not available in the food itself, but they become released during digestion. And they can bind to receptors either in the gut, or they can be transported through the intestinal wall, travel all the way up to the brain, and bind to receptors in the brain. They have a morphine-like function, and for instance, they can inhibit the muscle contractions in the intestines, which can lead to constipation. So when we are looking into these components, we have a very different approach to each of them. The fructans are carbohydrates, as I mentioned, and these components we hydrolyze by enzymes so that we are able to measure the simple sugars of fructose and glucose. Then we have the ATIs, the amylase trypsin inhibitors, that we have to first extract out of the wheat sample. So we have to remove all the other proteins, such as gluten. And then we have to identify these proteins by a proteomic approach. And for the opioid peptides, we have to perform an in vitro digestion first, because that's where they are released. And then we have to follow up with a peptide identification. In this project, we also want to explore how these components are reduced by processing. And our aim is to include cooking, baking, and also sourdough fermentation to see how these components can be reduced during processing. So then I will show you some preliminary results from this last study on components related to wheat intolerance. And these are very preliminary. We have not been able to confirm these results yet, so just be careful if you want to share it. But I will explain these figures here. The first one is related to the opioid peptides that we identified within the digested samples. And the different colors of the bars are different opioids that we have found the sequence of in the literature. So we have gone through all the peptides that we have identified, and we have counted the numbers that they occur in different wheat types. And on the left side of the graph, we have the ancestral types, and on the right side here, we have the common wheat types. So that if we are only looking at the number of them, we don't know the concentration, but we know the number, then we know that we see that we find many more of them in the common types compared to the ancestral types. And when we look at the fructan levels we have measured in these wheat types, we also have here on the left side of the graph the ancestral type. No, sorry, here's the opposite. We have the ancestral type here, and this is the triticum, the common wheat. So we actually have a lower amount of fructan in the samples that we have analyzed so far. But just keep in mind, we haven't confirmed this with any statistical test yet. So this is just to give you a smakebit. Before I end my talk now, I just want to point out that these components that we are analyzing now, the fructans, the ATIs, and the opioids, they are components that they are not toxic. They're not a problem for most people, but some people can experience some intolerance symptoms. And I want to point this out because we had, as Toren mentioned, this article this spring, and in that article they were referred to as toxic components, and I think that's a bit strong to say. Yes, so thank you.
Yes.
Something to bake with.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's heavy.
Or do experiments with.
Yeah. Maybe.
You stay for the.
Please
Should I stay here?
Yeah,
Okay,
please stay a little
put this
bit.
down.
Yes, we probably have some questions for you, and we probably also have some comments. So,
Justin Friedlund, I'm a general practitioner, and I'm so impressed of your work. Congratulations. This is so important topic. Really. And perhaps not all of us know that celiac is very common in the Nordic countries, and we are on the top in the world. And it's also connected to diabetes, type 1. Have you that within your work?
I have read about it, but I have not looked into it.
No?
No, I don't know the exact connection there, so it's not within our project.
No, no. So it should be so important to solve this question about the gluten. And in the United States, they say that einkorn is gluten safe. What do you say about that?
It has a different protein composition, so it's built of different proteins, but it's I don't know what they mean with the term gluten safe. It's definitely not gluten free.
No, no.
It has a different gluten composition.
Yes, and many people who have problems with their stomach from wheat, they can eat einkorn. And what do you say about the sourdough? Will you success in breaking down the gluten with the sourdough?
We know already that the gluten is partly broken down during the sourdough fermentation, and we want to study to what degree, how much it's broken down, and how that affects how these components are digested afterwards. Because if you start out with a protein that is raw, if you don't process it at all, it's much harder to digest it. But if you apply heat and then also sourdough fermentation, it's broken down in the process before you start to eat it. So you start with, when you start to digest it, it's already broken down, and the digestion will of course then be very different. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Could you go back to the slide that you had of the different epitopes? You know, from your paper.
Can I?
Oh.
Is it this one or the other
no,
one?
no.
No, you mean the color slide?
Yeah, not this one, but further back. Not one of the first.
This one?
This one, yes.
Yes.
But you don't have spelt here.
Sorry?
Yes. Is spelt here? Yes, it's down there, but where are the fragments?
Yeah, sorry. The color description in the bottom, which says which variety it is,
yes, I know.
comes from a bigger figure.
Yeah, but it's not.
So a different part of the figure contains a fragment from spelt as well.
Yeah.
But we couldn't identify it in this fragment.
All right.
Yeah.
Because just to remind you a little bit from my talk, spelt in this case probably is the European spelt, and it's not ancestral wheat.
No. It is the hexaploid.
Yeah.
It has the same genome as the common.
Yes, it has the same
wheat type.
genome. So it has, unless something special has occurred, it has the 60 chromosome with the same set of genes.
It has the same fragment in the protein, but we didn't identify that fragment or parts of it after digestion. So
just to be unkind here a little bit, I mean, there is always a sampling problem. And you have one spelt here and one emmer, And the studies done when you, that you know when you have compare a larger set. When you find a larger set, you always, there is not a very big difference between the older species and the current species because it's a sampling issue. But the other thing is here is when you take the most modern variety here on the top, and there's a gradual increase, and this is very interesting, by the way. And it's a selected trait which has, there's 100 years of breeding history. So in any traits that where you do active breeding, you can increase the trait. You increase, in this case, the number of proteins. You increase the number of resistance genes. In many of these cases, you would find this sort of increased diversity if you compared from over time. So this is a general pattern, but still, this is a very interesting graph. So thank you.
Thank you for the comment. And then it's some questions from our online participants.
Mahbub asked, have you identified any genes or alleles that control the, now I'm in uncharted territory here, that control the FODMAP, so FODMAP?
The FODMAP.
The FODMAP and ATI levels. So I'll ask that again. Have you identified any genes or alleles that control the FODMAP and ATI's level?
The short answer to this is no, because we're not looking into the genome. We are looking into the proteins.
Thank you. And then there's one more that I'll quickly ask.
Yeah.
Benjamin asks, have you done any research on the chemicals that are used to treat wheat in order to speed up the drying process?
Sorry.
Have you done any research on the chemicals that are used to treat wheat in order to speed up the drying process?
No.
No,
I have
thank
not.
you.
There are lots of questions here. So now, my father-in-law, Jakob Jersken.
I have just a comment. I feel so glad. I'm so happy that I see such persons that you scientists in this group. It's in good time. Thank you very much. Very glad.
Hi, I'm Andre, and I'm a baker, and I'm just wondering about the sourdough testing. If you can say something about, is it the sourdough itself, or it's the time of fermentation that actually breaks down the substance?
I think it's both. It depends on the composition of bacteria or the microbiomes within the sourdough. We have some colleagues that are also working on this, on the composition of a sourdough simultaneously as we are starting up this project. So we might actually try to share some of the sourdough samples between us and see what is within the sourdough that gives the effect that we observe.
Yeah, there is one study, a small study from Denmark, that says that there is a breakdown of the gluten if you make the sourdough process in temperature from the room, not in the fridge. So that was a different. Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know the effect of that, but
yes,
of course the temperature could have an effect.
Yes, but I have just one question. Have you ever seen any study if you could have a protection from whole grain? If we were eating whole grain and not sifted flour, could there be anything in the whole grain that could protect us from the celiac, from these types of sicknesses? I have never seen it.
No, do you mean protect us from the development of the disease?
Yes, to the incidence, that we get sick from grains. Is it the same to eat gluten in the form of white flour as it is from the whole grains?
As I mentioned in the last slide, or one of the last slides, I have seen some studies that look at the incidence of celiac disease in adulthood. So it's more common early in life, but if you develop it later in life, then they have found some correlations with the intake of gluten. I think it was gluten, or maybe it was wheat. I don't remember. So if you would say whole grain versus white bread, then I would say the effect there is that you get more gluten from the white bread if you think about how much you eat, because in the whole grain you have other components as well that will fill up your meal compared to if you eat the white bread.
Both the morphines and also the allergens are so big that they cannot go through the intestine into the bloodstream. It can only go through the tight junctions. So therefore, the control of these wheat allergies and intolerance is the control of the tight junctions. And there are two peptides, two 20-mer peptides on gliadin that controls the solanine release, which opens the tight junctions. So therefore, I think the key to understanding the wheat intolerance is also to study the release of solanine, because they are triggered by gliadin. So therefore, I would recommend you to study also the prevalence of these solanine triggering peptides from gliadin. Another question is, can you explain why spelt seems to perform like the like emmer and einkorn, even though it is a hexaploid wheat? Could that have something to do with the gluten index? That means that there is a correlation between gliadin and the high molecular weight glutenines. So when you are breeding for high molecular weight glutenine, you get a secondary effect of increasing also the alpha-gliadin. Can you explain that?
No, I cannot explain directly why we see this from spelt. But I think we would be able to explain it better if we had the exact protein composition of the spelt wheat. Of course, if we have a lower level of alpha-gliadin in spelt compared to these common wheat types, then that could be partly an explanation. And also thank you for the first comment. I will look into that.
I'm Vibode Holten, farming consultant. And I have a question which you might not have the answer to, but I think it's still relevant. And that's because we had modern wheat varieties for quite some decades now. But it seems to me that the wheat intolerance has increased the last 10 to 20 years. So it seems like there might be other factors than just the genetics or the traits of the wheat itself that might affect what's happening now. It's quite widespread, this wheat intolerance. And then I also know that the use of glyphosate, which is an oxidant, which doesn't harm human cells directly, but it does harm our gut bacteria. If that might be an indirect cause for damaging our gut lining. I'm just posing that question as a probable, yeah.
Yeah, to answer your last question first, I haven't heard about this before, but of course that could be a contributor to if it's still within the wheat when we consume it. So I will definitely look into that. When it comes to the increase of wheat intolerance, I think the last numbers I saw is that 7% of the people now say that they have some kind of wheat intolerance, which is very, very high. I don't know why we have that increase. It could be, of course, related to the change in the wheat composition. But when it comes to also the aspects which is not related to the genome, there has been some studies that shows that, for instance, these fructans or the FODMAPs is related to the climate or the season when you grow the wheat. If you have a cold climate or a warm climate. And so we have all these parameters or these variables from all our samples, and we will try to plot them all together and see what is actually giving us an effect when we see different in fructan content of all our wheat samples.
Thank you so much. I think we give her a new applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you will stay here also for lunch?
Yes, I will stay.
And your table will be big, I think. So grab her, and that's why you're here. You are actually connecting to people, networking. Yes. We have now taken 5 minutes from the bakery lab, and we are ready to go there for a... Okay. So they are not ready before 5 minutes? We do have more time, then you should say that before. Well, you're still here because it was one more question here. Oh, we try to use the microphone. Yes?
Thank you. You are lovers of diversity, and there is no general difference between old and new varieties if you look into the diversity. There's a huge EU project that was done from, I think, from 2012. I don't remember exactly. But it's called Health Grain, and they looked through the diversity for different aspects, and the most clear and there is no temporal trend in varieties, that's one thing. The other is that where you can find that modern varieties have more, that is for fructans, I try to remember just from a talk that the project leader, Peter Shuri, who is one of the key authorities in proteins in cereals, and there is more of that in modern wheat varieties. And if you look, and when it comes to what is very interesting about your work is the way you tested with a human, which is definitely very interesting. I haven't. So it must be a big progress to do that. But the other is the work by Skodje in Oslo, and they published in 2018 a study of where they had blind tests with fructans and gluten and placebo for non-celiac intolerant. I mean, people who had suffered from that, and there was no effect of gluten. But there was a certain effect of the fructans, so there is something there. Otherwise, you can easily digest the gluten down to 0 if you allow it in. I think the Italian studies that I read was from 48 to 60 hours. It's gluten-free, and you can actually eat it like that. But it doesn't rise anymore.
Yes.
Okay? So that's the cost. And don't love all these studies. I mean, they diverge, and they use different methods, and they use different sets of genotypes, and some studies are showing one thing, and the other, it's a very complex field.
She will comment. Yeah. You have to comment. Here you are.
Yes, very nice comment. This study that you mentioned, Skodje, was actually the one that started, when we read this study, this is when we actually came up with this project to see which component is actually producing this increase in intolerance. And the participants in these studies were actually self-diagnosed with what they called non-celiac gluten intolerance. And then the study showed that they didn't react to the gluten. They reacted to something else in the wheat. So that's what we want to explore further.
That's good. Very good. Well, thank you. Then we are finished with this presentation, and you had to just keep it going. Well, the bakery laboratory is coming back. Are you here? Yeah. Martin Fjell.
Okay, the first time I heard about a young man called Martin, he was like a mythic guy in Oslo. You know, that's actually somebody that makes excellent bread. And he has a kitchen at Bygdøy, and he was like, where can we have this bread? It's so good. And how many years later? It's like 6 or 7 years later?
Yeah, about 6 years now.
It's like, it's still a joy to have Martin's bread on breakfast in the weekends. It's like a treasure, you know, like good olive oil and very good cheese. Illebrød is the best bread in Oslo. So can you please, can you tell us what was your like approach starting?
Well, I started just by being fascinated with sourdough bread and the possibility of making your own bread from scratch. That tasted completely different than what I thought bread was until then. So I grew up with normal store-bought bread and some homemade bread with commercial yeast. And I had heard about sourdough bread before, but I wasn't really introduced to it until at the end of my university years, really. And then I got hooked on baking. I started to use whatever flour I could find in the shop, in the regular store. And I was basically, for the most part, it was the commercial big roller mills in Norway, like Møllerens and Regal. And, they did the job for me then, in the beginning, when I really wanted the strutting, beautiful-looking breads that was quite easy to bake.
Like
Instagrammatic bread, yes, very, very photogenic bread. And so that was kind of my introduction, the falling in love part with the bread as a concept. But then, quite fast, me and my baking buddy Cosby, we started kind of looking for other kind of flour. I mean, there must be something more, we thought. And of course, there was a lot of really interesting flours from local farmers and local mills around Oslo, which we kind of gradually got into. And what really made us fall in love again was the taste and the sustainability and the passion that was put into these flours, that we didn't see with the industrial flours. And really the taste, the whole approach to these flours, the whole, humanity almost behind it, what made us kind of go never more industrial flour. Compared to this that we have discovered now, it doesn't really taste anything. It's completely, without interest when it comes to uninteresting when it comes to flavor and smell and even the feel and the looks of it. Started to we saw the contrast.
Yeah. And the
clearly.
customers also acknowledged this.
Well, this was way before we had any customers.
Okay.
I mean, the only one who tasted the bread was ourselves and our friends and family. And it was just, for us, it was a very personal thing. We just wanted to bake bread at home. And then we discovered Instagram and we started showing kind of the world, we thought, our breads. And mostly the breads that we were happy with. Still, we wanted a certain look, a certain appearance that was still important to us, the aesthetics of it. So we had to kind of change our method, working with a really strong, easy to work with flour from the industry. We had to change the method so that we could get more or less the same results, or as we discovered, even better results with ancient grains and old grain varieties and stone mill grains, not least.
So now you're actually going to show us the secret.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talk a little bit about what I think is are the keys to successful sourdough bread. The first thing that you have to consider and put your time and effort into is the starter, in my opinion. So I have a full bucket here of starter. There you go.
Cool.
I don't know if you can see
brought
it.
That, yeah, we can see
it.
Can you see it? Yeah.
This was fed with 100, 200 grams of our mature starter at the bakery yesterday night. And now it's mature. It has matured now for about 12 hours. And in my opinion, that's a perfect timing to use this starter. So what I find to be most important in terms of, achieving a really nice bread that is airy, is nicely developed, nicely fermented during the course of 4 or 5 hours of baking. The key to that is the starter. That the starter has to be mature, and what I mean by mature is that it has fermented for about 12 hours, around 12 hours, or even longer, since its last feeding. So feeding is just taking a small portion of the mature starter and blending that with flour and water again, and let it mature.
Okay.
So the microorganisms starts feeding on the sugars and producing CO2, reproducing, and doing all the good stuff that they do in the fermentation process. And at this stage, after about 12 hours, they have kind of. I'm not a scientist. I know a lot of people in the audience are. So I might say something wrong here, like in terms of the scientific background of it. But for me, at least, it's a bit metaphorical. And my approach to baking is a bit metaphorical, very hands-on. And what I think of when I think, this is a starter that is ready to be used, I think in terms of population numbers, to be honest. Like how many microorganisms are in there in like one small teaspoon, one small scoop.
Yeah.
And it's a huge difference in the beginning of the fermentation process and in the course of a 12-hour process. So now it's really packed with microorganisms. It's really potent, and also they have fed on all the sugars. So the billions of microorganisms that are in there are ready to feed again.
They are actually they are hungry.
They're hungry.
They want more.
That's what I usually say.
You have to make hunger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hunger is the best chef.
You starve them a little bit, then you give them more food, and then they're ready to really take on the feast.
Cool.
In a big dough. So that's key. That's, I would say, the key to a successful sourdough bread, in my opinion.
But is it only about hours?
That's the technicality of it, of course.
Yeah.
The other key to a good sourdough bread or a good bread is obviously to use good grains and good produce. Yeah. What did you say?
No, can you see it, or is it just about the hours?
Well, you can see it because in the beginning it's really bubbly. It puffs up, and it has a lot of big bubbles on top. And then it reaches a peak at some point where it's quite bubbly. It looks very nice, looks very fresh and active and strong. Yeah. But this is not a good time to use it because the microorganism has a lot you food still.
It's the peak of the party.
It's the peak of the party. They're in the middle of the feast.
Yeah.
They're already in the middle of the feast, and you need to starve them a little bit again, so they have to sink down. And 2 minutes left? Oh, really?
We have to continue.
Okay, we have to just get on with the baking then. Okay, what I really wanted to show real quick is how easy it is to make a sourdough bread if the starter is used correctly.
So this is a 2-minute starter bread.
Yeah, we just, so the starter's in here already. I'm adding water, about 400 grams for 500 grams of flour. This is freshly milled flour right here. I hope this is about 500. No, it's not. Oh, shit. Far from it. And that was cracked. Okay, we need some more flour here, guys. I'm going to use this. Luckily, we have a lot of flour all around, so I can just reach out and grab any bag, and it's fine. Okay, up to 500.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yes.
There you go.
You are.
Okay, tear it, adding salt, just to check that it's the right amount, around 10, 11, 12 grams. Perfect. And then I mix it, and also I need a bakeform. Can I have a tin? Can I borrow a tin from anybody? Oh, there. Yeah.
That one, is that okay?
Yeah. That's perfect.
That one, yeah.
Oh, maybe one of the smaller ones, because this is a small...
Okay.
It's a small dough.
Here we are.
A home dough. I'm used to making these up to 110 kilos.
Show this one, because this
yeah, here is a bigger...
really nice one.
Yeah.
This.
I'm going to stretch and fold this now, and that's going to be, you know, more like typical Illebra style bread that we bake every day at the bakery. And at home I make, you know, 100% whole grain, freshly milled flour, which is hard to achieve when you bake 500 breads a day. Oh, we have to round up now.
Okay.
But that's it, really.
To
and
be continued, I would say, huh?
Okay, but
Yeah.
let me
You're
just
finished.
show. You know, this is it. I'm just pouring this straight into the tin. And I'm going to let it rise for 5 hours into the fridge, bake in the morning. That's it.
Voila! Back to you.
A little bit before we bake. Maybe we didn't know. So now it's a little break again. And yeah, we have learned now that we have to give you guys more break time, because it's nice to do that. But we still start again 12 now, and after that it's a lunchtime, and you have all the time in the world. So if you want to have a grape or something now, or a coffee, just go and grab it and bring it back with you. But the talking can do afterwards. So then we will start on time at the 12, and you will have a wonderful lunch break. Yeah? Good. Thank you. Du har
Ja.
Men for denne her kunne vi tatt opp
Her skal jo shapes, og her skal vi liksom nørde litt da.
Ja.
Ikke sant?
Men gjør vi det i morgen eller i dag?
Det må vel gjøres i dag, for den skal nå strekkes bare litt.
Hvis den skal stekes i morgen?
Den strekkes, men nå strekker den, ikke sant? Og så former den hele dagen.
Hvor ikke.
Vi var litt langsomme til, eller det var tidlig i morges da.
Ja,
Vi har
det er jo-
program
men
og
det er veldig
deltakerliste
smart,
som
det, altså.
ligger bak
Og det er
der som dere
kjempebra
kan
i barnehager og i kantinen,
Nå er programmet
skolekantina.
der også. Det jeg vil også informere dere om er at det er veldig mye bra materiale ute på nettet.
Men det er jo sikkert fordi at det er så... For dere er det jo viktig.
Ja, det står for det. Om du vet det.
And it's great to see you all, so many familiar faces. Good to be able to gather again. So yeah, my topic today is, I think I have the role to establish a kind of global context for the topic of this conference. So let me see, yes. I will be talking about first two really key global challenges, food security for all, and the effects of climate change for agriculture, and then to situate the role of crop diversity within these topics, and why crop diversity matters, responses by cereal farmers in Ethiopia, which I think can be very interesting for you to get to know about. These farmers have organized themselves in a community seed bank. I think there is much to learn from that. And nice to learn from farmers in Ethiopia. I will say something about community seed banks as platforms for development. And then some words about the challenges that we are all facing, legislation and policies, but I will disappoint you a bit perhaps, Anders, because I won't be talking so much about it. We have talked so much about it before, and there is not so much new. But next year, probably there will be some more news to talk about. I would also talk, of course, about farmers' rights, and a Norwegian game-changing proposal, which Ola also is involved in, which I think is quite promising. And finally, to establish then or situate heritage grain custodians in this context. So let's see. Two global challenges. First of all, of course, food security for all. The United Nations has decided to end hunger and ensure food security by 2030. It's not so far away in time, but still 690 million people in the world are suffering from hunger, and unfortunately the trend is increasing. So this is going in the wrong direction. We are far from reaching the goal. And one of the key reasons for that are the effects of climate change for agriculture. Warmer weather, more extreme temperatures in both directions, more frequent and long-lasting droughts, extreme rainfalls and floods, more often and frequent winds, unpredictable seasons, more and more in many regions, and also plant pests and diseases that are spreading to new areas as a result of climate change. So all of these has, of course, consequences in unstable harvests, reduced food security, and more hunger. Here you can see it illustrated by a very special plant, ensete. It's in southern Ethiopia, also called false banana. It is also called hunger crop because it can stand almost all kinds of environmental disasters, and you can dig it up and eat the roots. It's not a banana, but it's eatable. Yes, so that leads us to the role of crop diversity, because crop diversity, the genetic or crop genetic diversity, is decisive to adapt food production to the effects of climate change. It's the basic building blocks for all plant breeding and thus for agriculture. The properties required to respond to climate change, for example, drought resistance, but also to respond to all kinds of preferences and all the needs we have. These are the properties needed for plant breeding. So thus it's among the most vital environmental factors for global food production in light of climate change. And of course, it is the life insurance for poor rural farmers in the south, because it enables the spreading of risks through having diverse farming systems. The risks of crop failure, of course. So it is really vital to food security at large. And I have been visiting farmers around the world and experienced so many interesting examples of how farmers respond to these challenges. And I was very much impressed by farmers in Ejere in Ethiopia. And Ejere used to be a cradle of diversity, a center of diversity for barley, for wheat, for teff, which is a native grain in Ethiopia. But in the 1980s, in 83, 84, you may remember, there was the Great Famine, and it wiped out almost all the diversity in Ejere. And then the government responded by sending high-yielding varieties with fertilizers and pesticides, which was, of course, very welcome and performed well in the first years. But after some time, there were problems because they were not robust to for example, rainfall reduction and also to other challenges, environmental challenges. And also, farmers were expected to pay after a while for seeds, for fertilizer, for pesticides, and hunger became more frequent again. In Ejere, I met this man. Let's see if his face will show. Alemu Tolema, the pioneer farmer of Ejere Community Seed Bank. And he told me what happened after they had made some experiences with these government varieties. And they also, I should also add that it was a great problem that the straw could not be eaten by livestock, or it would be difficult to serve them to the livestock because it was so hard. Whereas the native grains have soft straw, which is much more eatable for the cattle, which is also very important to food security. And there is not much fodder around. So he told me that after a while, this guy came along, Haile Getu. And Haile Getu, he had a handful of seeds, just a small handful of seeds. And he showed it to Alemu Tolema and asked him, do you know these seeds? And Alemu said, yes, I know them. These are the seeds of my childhood. Where did you get it from? He was really surprised. And Haile Getu said, well, I have them from the National Gene Bank. We had an expedition here in the 1970s, and we collected much of the diversity that was here. Would you like to grow it? And of course, Alemu Tolema wanted to grow it, to multiply it and grow it. And so he started doing that. And Haile Getu got back to many farmers, each with a handful of seeds of different varieties. And after a while, they had restored 142 varieties, mainly of grain. I think that is really impressive. And then, of course, it was time to establish a community seed bank, first in another building, but then they built this kind of dome, you could say, or perhaps a mosque, also with the support then from Norway, from NORAD and the Development Fund, and organized by Ethio Organic Seed Action in Ethiopia. It has now around 600 members, and here is the sacred place where the seeds are stored, 142 varieties of 15 species. And each year, all seeds are germinated to test their vigor. And then each year, 1/3 of the total seed accessions are grown out in fields on small plots. And here, participatory selection breeding is applied. So around 40 farmers will be invited each year to join plant breeders or scientists in monitoring the growth and evaluating along with criteria they define together. So it's really participatory. And then they select the one or perhaps the few varieties that they would like to develop further. And they continue working on that with selection breeding. And the result is, since 1990, 9 improved varieties. And they have been improved to the level that they are really popular among the farmers, quite high yielding, and with the properties that were preferred by farmers. And here you can see one of them, a locally improved or traditional improved red durum wheat. Here grown by Ayelo Dinku in her field, and she says this is a grain which is really nutritious. It is used for pregnant women and after giving birth, and for children with malnutrition. And it is as high yielding as commercial varieties, she says. I didn't have the possibility to test that, but provided you use organic methods in a correct way. So it's really a popular variety, and it's also has lots to do, of course, with identity and culture. And then this community seed bank, there is no money involved. Members have to pay a kind of entrance fee in terms of seeds. And they can borrow seeds, but they have to give back 20% more. And this way, the community seed bank can grow and attract more members and distribute more seeds. And there is also training in organic methods and income-generating measures, which is also important to the people. And all in all, to make a long story short, the result is improved food security for all those involved in the community seed bank, but also it has effects for people around, because these seeds are sold over the place from the farmers. So you could see that this is really a platform for development. And there are so many community seed banks popping up everywhere now. In Ethiopia, in India, in Nepal, in Latin America, in so many different countries. And that is really, really exciting development. But before I go on to talk more about that, I would like to pay honor to some of the custodians of cereal diversity in Ethiopia, Ayelo Dinku, and a young farmer, Yeshi Ayele, and of course, Alemo Tolema. I've been so impressed by what they have done. Yes, community seed banks on the rise. We have a research project. Ulla is participating in that too. It is called Diversifarm, or Pathways to Food Security, Poverty Alleviation and Livelihoods through the Implementation of Farmers' Rights to Crop Genetic Diversity. And here we take community seed banks and initiatives for participatory plant breeding as points of departure, and particularly those that successfully contribute to seed and food security and improved livelihoods. We seek to identify them and then to focus on the conditions under which they succeed in doing that. And those conditions are analyzed across scales from the international to the national to the local level, and with a view to finding the conditions for scaling up these experiences to a national and perhaps even a global scale. We are doing this together with partners in South Africa and Ethiopia, Nepal, and Germany and Norway. So this is in the making, and I hope to be able to present results in a few years' time. I would also like to mention that there are many community seed banks in Europe. Many of you know about this, of course. This is from an EU project I participated in a few years back, Diversity Food. It was organized by Indra in France, and Véronique Schabel was the project coordinator. Some of you may know her. And this is only what we found back then in 2017. We could identify and locate 85 community seed banks, but we had information that there could be as many as 150 community seed banks in Europe. So this is a movement, and these community seed banks are popping up everywhere. But there are challenges and, of course, also options. Legislation and policies. I won't be saying much about it. But variety release and seed marketing legislation, they do limit farmers' rights to save, use, exchange, and sell farm-saved seed, as Anders also indicated in his presentation. And without going much into that, I will also say that plant variety protection and patents may limit farmers' rights to save, use, exchange, and sell farm-saved seed of protected material. And then we have the agricultural policies at large. They favor commercial crops. And the whole system has been developed to favor the formal breeding system and commercial crops. It has not been developed to accommodate the needs of ancestral seeds or breeding from below. And that is the whole problem. And that is why it's so difficult to cope with this legislation. There is not legal space for actually really nurturing diversity and developing diversity. So incentives are lacking, and the legislation provides barriers. But there is movement in the EU. There has been an effort to try to change the legislation in the EU a few years back. It didn't succeed. But now there is a new movement to change the general legislation. There has been an evaluation, there has been some hearings, and so it's really exciting to see what will come out of that. And for organic seeds, there will be a new regulation next year, which may help a little bit. And this leads us to the next topic of the realization of farmers' rights. As many of you may know, farmers' rights are recognized in the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. In Article 9, and there are many different measures that are possible to realize farmers' rights. But one of the most contentious issues, and which is not really defined well in the treaty, is farmers' rights to save, use, exchange, and sell farm-saved seed. And this is a basic condition for on-farm conservation and sustainable use of crop genetic resources, because if farmers are not allowed to do that, they cannot conserve, they cannot save, or sustainably use or even grow crop diversity. So there is an ad hoc technical expert group that was established in 2017, which is already quite a step of progress, I could say, under the treaty. That the countries or the parties to the treaty could agree to establish such a group at all. It was called for many, many years. And it has provided an inventory of experiences and best practices from the realization of farmers' rights, which is really inspiring. You could visit the website of the treaty, International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, also called the Plant Treaty, to have a look at that. And I'm also part of that group, have been working hard to propose options for the realization of farmers' rights, and these should be options to guide the realization of farmers' rights. It has been a really, really difficult process because there are so opposing parties, you could say, in this group. But we have now landed a draft which will be negotiated, I would say, at the next session of the governing body of the Plant Treaty. So that is also very exciting. It will be in May next year. And then I would like also to mention this Norwegian game-changing proposal, because the United Nations has realized that we won't reach the Sustainable Development Goal of zero hunger until 2030 if nothing really substantial is happening. It's just not possible. It's only 9 years left. So the UN called for game-changing solutions. We need to change the game, the rule of the game or the rules, sorry, the system as such, in order to really achieve food security. That was the call, and that was a call for the UN Food Systems Summit. And there have been really many proposals. Norway proposed a game-changing solution for seed systems. It was a group of ministries, NGOs, Farmers Union, and researchers. And the key objective would be to complement the current top-down approach, not to eradicate it, but to complement it. This approach to breeding and seed distribution with a bottom-up approach to seed systems, to take farmers' preferences as points of departure and breed from local varieties and create an enabling legal and policy environment for diversity. So this is the call. It has attracted quite much attention, and it's in process. We haven't, this is all a process right now. And I would say that looking at this together, what is happening under the treaty in terms of farmers' rights, what's happening under the UN Food Systems Summit in terms of game-changing proposals, and with this particular proposal, and also what's happening in the EU, I have the feeling that slowly this very, very heavy boat is turning a bit around and might perhaps find a better direction. So, where are we? Where are you? Where is heritage grain custodians? Where are heritage grain custodians in this context? You are really contributing to this global movement by paving the way for cereal diversity in the Nordic countries, by attracting attention and popularity to cereal diversity, to demonstrating a case for creating enabling environments in terms of legislation and policies, and not least by making our precious cereal heritage available for present and future generations. This is a photo from almost the beginnings at Vestre Askim gård by Johan Sverd. It's many, many years back. You can also see a young version of Anders at the photo. It's so nice to look back, from where it all began. And I would like to say that to you, and also to all of you who are farmers, millers, bakers, even consumers of ancient grains, whether you are in Norway or in other Nordic countries or in other parts of the world, I would simply like to say thank you. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you stay here. I think it would be some comments, but maybe I should ask Cornelius that actually are working in the community seed bank. Do you have some comment here?
Yes, thank you. That was so far my favorite presentation. Seeing as though we in Norges Vel also has plans to develop community seed banks for specifically rice in Tanzania. So yeah, that was very interesting. Otherwise, very interesting to see or to hear about policy development, and I agree with you that it's a slow boat that's changing course, but it's encouraging to hear that from your opinion or from your perspective that is changing. That's very positive. There's one question here from the virtual audience, and that's related to Ethiopia, and maybe is connected to the themes here, and it's with regards to fermentation. If you have any knowledge, or if you have done any studies or come across interesting facts about their approach to fermentation, maybe relating to production of injera, or if there are similarities, differences to the way we use fermentation in sourdough, etc.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm just a political scientist. So I'm afraid I don't know much about fermentation, but I can promise you injera tastes just fantastic.
Yes, good. Is there any other comments, questions? Do you have community seed bank in Finland?
Yes, we have, and I was thinking about this 20% that they were using in Ethiopia. So when you give out, then 20% of the yield, I suppose, should be brought in, or was it 20% of the amount that you got that you should bring back?
Thank you, very good. It's important to be precise. So it would be another 20%. So if you have a certain amount of seeds, then you have to give 20%, you have to give the same amount back, or the same weight, or whatever, back, plus 20%.
Okay, so
yeah. If not, it would be too much.
120% back of what you got. Okay,
20% extra.
Yeah,
sorry
because
for that.
I have myself been thinking about this, as we have in Finland. We have like one seed save organization who also are selling very small amounts of cereals, something like 100-gram packages. But besides this, then we are doing this same job that we are reproducing from the gene bank, and we have, I think, about 150 at least that we are reproducing now. And they got this smaller amount than via the gene bank, and I was even dividing that in two, so I have a backup if something happens. And I have also been thinking about how to build up this now, that how much should come back from these people who are reproducing it. So this was a kind of one possibility, this 120. Actually, I have been thinking about taking more back from them than 120.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot comment this anymore. So we are doing this job in Finland just now.
Fantastic.
Yes.
That's great to hear. And of course, I should perhaps comment a little bit on that, because what they do in Ethiopia is capacity building. So if they produce seeds which are to be distributed further, they need to have a capacity to produce quite high quality seed, as good as possible. So of course there is a risk if you just ask anyone to produce seeds that you will not get the good quality, or even perhaps some health problems. So that is quite, I think, important. Another thing which I think is really interesting with community seed banks is that they can be regarded as a kind of missing link between farmers and national gene banks. Because national gene banks, they only have small samples of seeds. That's not very interesting to farmers, because they need more seeds to grow them. It takes a long time to multiply. But community seed banks can take up on such a role, and we can see that many places. So if you can think about seeds as a continuum from farmers via community seed banks to national gene banks to international gene banks to the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, then the newest addition is community seed banks. It's growing up. It's a movement in really big transition, you could say. Lots happening. But I think that community seed banks are getting a very important role in future in establishing that link which has been missing.
A question here.
Yes, it's fantastic to hear that people do this fight to take these seeds back. But at the same time, we know that 90% of all seeds in the world have been lost during 100 last years. And 60% of all seeds are owned by 3 big companies. So do you think we will win this fight against them?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are many figures and numbers out there about how much we have lost. It's very difficult because we don't have baseline data. So there was a big study from the FAO back in 1988. Actually, it was done in 1986, but it was published in 88, where there were examples from Mexico, from China, from different countries about how much diversity they had lost. But this was not really, they didn't have the baseline data. It were rather assumptions, like kind of 80% of wheat here, kind of 80%, something like that. I don't remember the exact data. And there were also a kind of very, very unqualified estimate that we have lost 75% of all that was there since the last 100 years. We don't know exactly, but we can be sure that we have lost a lot. Really, very much. And also as for seeds, yes, commercial or the multinational corporations, they control a lot, but they do not control the traditional varieties which are there. So what matters is really to have legal space for farmers to continue working on that diversity. Because, but what we have seen in developing the seed systems is that multinational corporations in particular have very much power in the development of legislation and policies. We call it, in my science, structural power, to establish the conditions under which other actors have to act. And I've studied that in detail, and it's really huge. And for a long while, farmers' unions, farmers' organizations, and farmers in general were not really aware of it. So during the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, these things were established without really the participation from the other side, if you could say so. And that is why corporations have got so much power in this play. But now I think we are seeing that community seed banks and other initiatives linked to this movement of diversity are gaining new ground and standing up so that there is much more of, how to say, it's not getting balanced, that's far from it, but at least they have much more of a say. And perhaps we can see that this is also what is slowly turning this boat around. Oh, thank you so much. That's very nice.
And then it's a comment here.
Yeah, thank you, Regina. This Norwegian proposal is very interesting. I haven't read it, so what I very much like to do. But concerning the first, a little bit comment on the variety regulations. There is a lot of industry people that, at least behind the lines, they dislike this because it was set up in 1961 and it based on old-fashioned ways of describing, so which are very expensive to test in the field and so on, and by DNA methods you can do this much easier, and so that it's a nuisance for many of the breeding companies, both in price and in the way they do it. But it maintains a big bureaucracy. Yeah. The second question is, what do you mean in this proposal by local breed from local varieties? You wanted breed from diversity, and local diversity is very often limited. So just have a case from Ethiopia, for instance, which I know pretty well. There was in the rust epidemics of wheat, which wiped out pretty much all of the local wheat varieties. There was a wheat variety with from CIMMYT, the International Institute, with a gene from Caucasus, or Georgian wheat, which actually was distributed to farmers and worked very well. So without that, they wouldn't have a possibility for the rust. So don't limit
No.
to this local diversity. That's a blind alley.
Of course, this was very brief, and it's not. We have not talked about details at all, but it's not an intention, I think, from anyone to limit, but to take the point of departure from farmers and farmers' preferences. Yes, Grete.
Thank you, Regine, for a very good presentation. I'd just like to give one comment, which I would be happy to get some response on, because you talk about the community seed bank as a linkage between the gene banks and the farmers, and of course it's important for the farmers to get access to the seeds that might be more adaptive and useful for them. But I think when we are looking into this arrow may be going the other way as well, because what the farmers actually do is what we call on-farm conservation, that they are continuing to conserve this and also allow them to conserve it in a more dynamic way. This is how we conserve our animal breeds in many ways, and I think it could be useful also to discuss their role in on-farm conservation.
Yes. So that's a very good comment. So yes, when farmers have access to diversity, they can also act as custodians, of course, of this diversity and conserve it. And sustainably use it, and also in a dynamic way, perhaps select and further develop this diversity. So their role is really important in that, and I think when there is a community seed bank or some way of organizing that so that farmers are not standing alone, that may enhance their contribution to global diversity.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I think we
you.
give her a new applause.
Thank you very much.
Takk til Regine Andersen.
Thank you.
Just a little message about the sessions after lunch before we go to the baking lab. So the point there is it's not going to be presentations. It's about you presenting and talking together. There are going to be some introductions. What is the most presentation is actually from the malting, because we know so little about it. And we have malteriet, we have Kjersti and Halvdan here. They have a little presentation because they are running malteri. They have built it on the farm and they are doing it. So this is going to be a presentation. On the others, there's not going to be a lot of presentation. We're going to take up those issues that we have been touching on and giving you the opportunity to talk together more informal. So it's going to be more laid back, and you have a lot of time. So agronomy is the use of cultural grains in the active crop rotation. And we're going to stretch that theme pretty much according to what you want to talk about. In that session. So it has to do with what is available of seeds and a lot of those things we have talked about. And the bakers and the cooks, they know what to do. Okay?
It's time to go to the baking lab again. Do you manage to put us over? Oh, yeah.
No.
They will. Oh, yes. There they are. Hi.
We go on the porridge.
Oh.
Og den tiden. Yes, then we're back here up in the baking lab, and the last session was a bit quick, but hey, we got to show you how to make bread in not 2 but 3 minutes. We were thinking now that we will show a little bit of the stretching of the dough, and then afterwards Sebastian will show us some shaping of the breads. Yeah. So we start off there?
Yes.
We take off the lid.
Take it off. Okay, so here we have a 50% whole grain spelt and sifted Ørland wheat dough. Similar to what we do at Illebrød. We actually use these tubs at Ille when we take out the dough of the biggest mixers and when we stretch and fold, and also for mixing with our hands. This is just a 10 kilo dough. Usually we go up to 20 kilos in this. So now I'm just going to stretch and fold this dough. The reason we do this is to strengthen the gluten network a little bit, give it a little workout session, kind of. As you know, these are not like the strongest flours that you can get, but that's also part of why we love these grains and flours, because it gives a much better crumb and mouth feel, as well as the taste. So it's not only about the taste, it's also about the texture of the crust and the crumb and the whole feeling when you eat it. And there I was done already. Yeah, it's just a matter of giving a little bit of stretch and fold. You kind of slip your hands in between the bowl and the dough, go underneath it and fold it over itself until it's kind of, a little bit more elastic, until it tells you, okay, that's enough. You have to listen to the dough.
How do you feel that it's enough, or can you see it? Or
well,
is
when
it
it's elastic, so when it kind of pulls back and it doesn't want to be stretched anymore, then you should let it rest. Also, this is not a super strong flour, so you can see that the dough at this stage is starting to tear a little bit. Yeah. That definitely is a sign that you should let it rest.
Stop stretching it. And how many times do you normally stretch? Do you have a rule of that, or is it just you have to feel the dough?
Well, we do it about 4 times after blending in the salt. So that is sufficient to build up the dough. Yeah, and also to give it a little bit of oxygen and oxidize it a little bit actually. Yeah. That also helps with the taste. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Now I leave the table to Sebastian.
Well, I'm doing just about the same, except that instead of a big dough, I have like many small dough. That's where the hand working is making a big difference, because when you work with like industrial flours and you work with the blender and you knead the dough over a long time, and then you need a flour that has the same specificity all the time, so it works. Not all flours are equal to kneading. Some, like the most beautiful flours, they are very delicate and they really need to be taken care in a special way. And that's where the working by hand, like you see now, we haven't been using any mixer, any blenders. Doesn't mean we don't use blenders. It's just like when you use a blender, you really feel like hand working. You really work gently and very carefully. I could really tell the difference. Here I have like different dough. Like we could really see the difference with like a sifted spelt, which is like white but like beige. Like it's not like white. You see all those nice spots everywhere, and you could really feel like the strength out of it. This is very nice. But I have the exact opposite of it, which is this one with a 100% hammer. And then you feel like a total another texture. It's so much more brown. And that flour, if I had it in a mixer, blend it like for 10-12 minutes, then it would just die. It would just become liquid, like porridge, which is a shame. That's where I think teaching and learning to make bread with your hands, it's like a very good way to learn to know your flours. And then after, when you have the knowledge of the flour and the grain, then you can start mixing with the machine, because it's helpful. Because if you do like 100 kilo dough, maybe it's like, it works. My dad did that by hand. He got his first blender, a mechanical blender, when he was 60, working on a trough, on a big trough. And it's no bad. It's possible and it's very nice. It's just that, of course, now with electricity, where you want to have some help. And that's very amazing to follow the evolution of the flours and the evolution of the blenders, how they hang together with the milling. Like before the 20th, it was very much like very gentle blending with the flour was stone milled and ancient grain. And then came the big revolution that should save the world from starving and everything, where the wheat should be stronger and get more per hectares and then the kneading, the spiral blender, and then the yeast, and then the oven. I mean, everything has been changed. That's why it's very stupid today. I mean, everybody calls bread something that it could be so different from the bread you buy at the store, which is industrial made, and the bread that we are making right now here. So for me, in the stores, you won't find any bread. It's like only, well, they are trying to do bread, but there is absolutely nothing you could compare with the original bread. And I think when you go back to working with ancient grain, and those grain that has been around us for thousands of years, then you need to go back to those techniques that were used, because those are the best techniques you could find. I mean, evolution is amazing. You do wrong, you die. You do right, you live. And I mean, that's why we are here. We are working with some grains that have like thousands of years of history. And like to work them, you need to also adapt the methods. Not only the fermentation, also how you work with your hands, and by being much closer to your dough. And for me, from the baking culture I come from, where it's all about the person and the magic you do with your hands and the machines and the beating, and from where it is now, where it's more like about opening grain and observing and being very close and gentle. I think it's an amazing journey, and it's been very struggling. But 20 years ago, everybody thought I was an idiot. And I guess all of you guys out there, like growing ancient grain, they were just the same. Your parents and those when say, "Well, I'm going to grow ancient grain in Norway, in Trondheim." Wow, like Cecilia is not here, but it's like, you're crazy. This is bad, this stuff. And what we do, we're rediscovering what bread means for humankind.
Because you go back in time with kind of growing ancient types of grain, but also you go back in time in how you have to handle the grain also, because
you have to adapt the method to the grain, right?
Yeah,
Not the other way around.
Exactly. And that's different how I usually make between industry and where industry, it takes the special ingredients that is adapted for the machinery and all the logistical part, while I am adapting. That's why we need human behind food, human that actually can feel and take decisions. And when you see a loaf of bread, it's hundreds of decisions that's been taken by people with knowledge and history, and then there is the landscape, the terroir, and everything that, and the kind, and the milling, and all those know-how. And that's where we need to give back the high status for bread, and it starts by working in the right way. That's why I've been very much into maybe not just using ancient grain and then you do business as usual with the method. You need to really adapt the method also. So how to make bread with ancient grain, it's almost the same as if it was like regular flours, except that like now, I told this morning that I would be very careful and not do too hydrated dough, which I did not do, because in somewhere it's boring. I mean, to save, we talked about we were going to be able to do mistakes, so well, I pushed it a little bit. But the problems, like the flowers, are so amazing. So I mean, it looks beautiful. Here I have a hammer, 100%. I mean, this is all grain, 100%. I took 1 kilo of hammer, milled it into 1 kilo of flour. Nothing has been removed. Everything is in there. And I'm going to shape it. So what I was thinking about doing is I'm going to do, for every dough I've made, we don't have time to show all of them. I will just show some that are like maybe on the edge. This one, 100% hammer, milled here, very high hydration. I would bake in a baking tin, which is good because fuck gravity. The bread won't be flat. So if you have a high hydration and you're scared that to get flat bread, then you could actually you use the tins, and it's helping quite a lot and makes the bread much easier. So if you work with very high hydration and lots of seeds and stuff in the bread, then it's good. Or if you work with lots of rye and barley, then also, which have another kind of gluten, then it's pretty good. It makes our life easier. there is a whole culture. You were mentioning Chad Robertson before. There is like different culture of bread, and there is this California bread culture that came in together with Tartine Bakery, like California style, where bakers have access to very, very strong flours, very high protein flours, and they are making those very short fermentation, like long bulk fermentation, a shaping, and then they would probably stay in the basket for a couple of hours and then get baked, where the pre-shaping and the shaping is very, very important, because then the strength you put in the dough would still be there. When you put the bread in the oven, you get those beautiful cracking, open crumb, beautiful breads. I experienced that those methods, they don't really work for Nordic countries. I mean, we're not in California here, we're like in the Nordic countries, and here we need longer fermentation. We need to break down the phytic acid, we need to get the pH of the dough going lower, to break down the gluten, we need to have like a longer fermentation, and then you use the fridge then. You cool down the dough very slowly to stabilize, and then to let the bacteria do their work also. So it's not only yeast and very aromatic and very sweet bread. In Nordic countries, you want to have more acidic bread, so you can get the saliva popping out from your mouth and giving more enzyme into your food melting system. And so that's why with those long fermentation in baskets, the way you shape it's totally, I mean, it doesn't make a big difference. I could shape like pre-shape. It's very good for Instagram. If you have your eyes covered or not, and you do the shaping, it's like, I mean, it's a fun stuff to do, but it doesn't make the bread better for us. For me, I would try to make the shaping as simple as possible and to make sure that I don't have to move the dough from place to place different time. Like regular, maybe if you think about like Tartine Bakery, I would cut the dough and put it on the table, cut it, shape it, put it on the tray, and let it rest for half an hour, and then do another shaping into basket. But for me, I make the dough in the blender, I make the autolyze, make a little kneading just to put stuff together, and then move it into big bucket like the one Martin had before, and then making the fold like 1, 2, 3, 4, some folds, and then depends on the time you have, the temperature, the season, the strain, the flour. I mean, that's very individual from flour to flour. And then from them, I would shape them straight out of those buckets into the baskets. So we use this kind of basket, like natural material that breathe. And then as it's much easier to clean and to pull them out tomorrow, then I would use some kind of like cotton stuff. I saw that Martin had some linen, which is also very nice. I mean, like old material, natural material that would be easy to clean because you need to wash them some time to remove all the starch that accumulated in there. So I would have this kind of elastic cotton stuff in there, and I have some flour, and then I would use a scale. So now I could not use a scale because it's such a small dough, but I'm going to take the weight anyway so we could compare the bread tomorrow correctly to see the development different on the same weight. So let's say we're going to do bread at like 750 grams. That'd be my average. So it'd be about 4 bread for this dough, 3.5, 4 bread. And then, so for the tin, it's no more than, I will take my dough. I don't use flour, so I used to flour all my baskets, and then when they're floured, then I'm ready with the flour, and I would just work with water, because when you work with water, it's very clean, and you don't put flour inside when you are shaping. You don't want to get this marble flour inside. And then I would start to pinch the dough with my hands and try to more or less have this 750 grams. And then I would use gravity, as my dough is very loose. I leave the dough falling down, and then I fold it under my hands, and you see my hands are clean, it's not sticking, and then I would just put my bread inside the tin. And we see I'm like 30 grams away, and then I need some more, so I go on the side and just put some more, and I have my 756.
6 too much?
Well, it's acceptable, and that's the shaping. I mean, it doesn't need to be more complicated than that. That would be very nice crumb. The texture of the crumb is more based on the folding you've been doing. Like the dough is rising, so it's bubbles from fermentation, the carbon dioxide is coming up and stretching the gluten. And then when you do the fold, you stretch the bubble, you move them around, you regulate the temperature of the dough. I mean, the dough is very warm at the core because the fermentation creates calories and heat. Yeah. So if you don't move the dough, it would be very warm inside and colder outside, and it would be a bad fermentation that is uneven. That's why those folding, they are like regulating the heat and stretching the heat out in, and to make sure that the temperature of the dough is the same all over. And then you will get those bubbles that get stretched horizontally, vertically, and that's the beautiful alive crumb we're going to experiment tomorrow, obviously. When you cut the bread and you see this beautiful world of small, a little bit bigger bubbles, not big bubbles, I don't like them. The huge bubbles you could find in some bread, it's like, for me, it means butter on my shoes. It's terrible. So I always try to keep like the bubbles to be like kind of, if you make a slice, you don't get bubbles that go all the way through. Because then you need to go with cheese and close the holes, and it's becoming like a building project to make a sandwich. And that's why the shaping is not much more than that. So I'm going to do one loaf, and then I would use water, put some water on my scale, and do just the same. Like I cut one piece and have it on it, and then that was not the good scale. It was too. That was so. And then I'm a little bit higher, so I remove, and then I just take my dough, and you see I respect the top and the bottom of my dough. So I took it on the right layer, and then I would put it upside down inside my basket. After 10 minutes, when all my loaves have been shaped into basket, I will shape them again once inside the basket. Now I cannot do it now because it's too tight and it would crack. So I'll leave it rest for a little while. So that was how I'm going to do all the shaping with all those dough. So
that was a little bit on shaping of the bread. But we also have some porridge in the making. Yeah. Should we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it takes a French to talk about porridge. It's in Nordic countries, right? It's quite, porridge is an amazing food. And I think it's a food that has been forgotten. And I don't know how it is in Norway, but in Sweden, everybody is eating porridge with fucking hot flakes that have been steamed and dyed. They are like all dead in their bag there, and they've been cooked. And it's like, it's like very not so good and healthy as it could be. So what we did, we gave back the porridge its glory by mixing those amazing grains we got here. So here I have 8 different kinds of grains, different color, shape, size, texture. Some are hard, some are soft. And then I've been cracking them into the mock meal, table meal, and cracked them like half the way, so I could get some of the inside of the grain. It's like the, I don't know how I call it in English, it's called the frøvita, the white part, the center, the core of the grain, frukt. Yep, frøvita, yes. And that one would crack and explode and become some kind of very fine flour, while all the outside of the grain would crack in bigger pieces and become some kind of a very good texture. So what we do, like tomorrow, guys, everybody, not those on the link, but obviously if you're not here, but those downstairs, tomorrow could experience this porridge.
Do not eat breakfast at the hotel. No. Come here, we have porridge.
Exactly. And this porridge, I had some salt and just water, covered it with water, and it's going to rest over the night. And then tomorrow we're just going to warm it up and add some lingonberries and some other good stuff, maybe some nuts. Goat cheese. Yeah, that's always the big challenge for me. I need to learn to like that brunost. It's perfect. Okay, I will. My mind is totally open. I'm always ready to experience new stuff. And I think I had it in bad conditions. I had tasted it on the wrong stuff. It was too sweet on sweet bread, and it was kind of a waffle, and that was like sweet and the fat. And so I think in that one, in small dials, that start melting a bit, because this porridge we're not going to cook out very hard. We're just going to warm it up tomorrow. So you keep all the good stuff that has been released through the night. So it's been here for like 4 hours now. I had some slightly warm water, and now we're gonna cover it and put it in the fridge. And why in the fridge? It's because otherwise it would fermentate. Then you will have some bread tomorrow, which is, it's not bad neither. I mean, if you want to have a very high acidic porridge, then you could just let it overnight, and then it would start to become acidic. It's just, I experienced that most of the people, if you eat porridge in the morning, you want some sweetness, and by letting the grain rest overnight in the water, you release so much sugar. Like the enzymes in the grain would just break down starch and release sugar, so you get some natural flavor, sugar. And we had lingonberry that are quite bitter, and so it's only like the bitterness I would try to be careful about, and that's when you can add some acidity that would take down the whole stuff. So that's our. This is the kettle we're gonna use. This is the porridge you're gonna have tomorrow. It's here. It's live.
It's cool.
And it's alive.
Yes, it is. And we still have a few minutes left. Break is at 1 o'clock, so we want to also bring in a chef to tell a little bit about what we can expect tomorrow and what he's been working on. I mean,
I've been working by myself in our kitchen behind here all day. Had some fun using the OGS system or principle, only good stuff principle. A lot of veg and stuff, so I made some apple and carrot cream, some dressing, I made some veg stock, I made some baked roots I'm gonna use tomorrow. Thank you.
This is when we should say, I wish you could have smelled it, but you can if you go upstairs in a few minutes. You can still smell this actually.
Straight from the oven. This is gonna be grinded up tomorrow with svedjerug to be a burger. So you made a brioche?
Sebastian has made a brioche dough, also of 100% rye, isn't it? Yeah? So that will be really interesting tomorrow to have you will all have a small slider tomorrow with a small burger and bread.
Yeah. So it's going to be a complete rye burger. Yeah, and I made had a lot of fun. I soaked some grains. I'm going to kill the grains, all the healthy stuff your baker's been told, I've been telling all day. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm just going to make good food, and then I'm going to kill the grain. I'm going to grind them, fry them, bake them, and just have fun. But it's going to be good food. That's how the chefs are thinking. Not thinking about the healthy stuff, just the texture and the flavor.
But it's based on the healthy thing.
It's based on the healthy thing.
But good and tasty. Yeah.
And I'm also going to make a tablet tomorrow of this mini rice. It's made of enkorn. I've never tried it before.
No, none of us have tried it. It kind of looks a little bit like steel cut, but it's not completely like that. So it will look a bit more like couscous. So it'll be really interesting to see tomorrow how it will be after we have boiled it. So yeah, as we do with corn, with grains, we put it in water overnight before we boil.
As I do with all the other grains, I took them in here, but. So I'm just keeping those grains in water for now. I'm going to boil them later tonight. Put them in this morning. So I'm doing the same with this rice. I'm putting in the water. This is water.
That's very good.
Yeah.
And so this is also kind of the same kind of similarity to baking in a way, because we start kind of adding water here and getting the nutritions available for us to eat before. That's why we kind of also put it in water for some hours or overnight.
Yeah.
But also because, of course, it goes faster to cook it afterwards.
Yes, I'm keeping the texture in the grains. So when you're boiling it slowly after you soak it, it's keeping more whole and nice to make food of, I think.
Very good.
Yeah.
And then one last thing before we say our goodbyes from up here.
I'll have I can borrow this one. So is that okay now?
Oh.
Okay, this is just a practical information, because the official time is finished around 5 o'clock today. But for those who lives at a hotel or want to come along, we are going to a little place called Lokal. We are taking the train from Ski station 10 to 7. And if you want to come along with us, we are taking, and it's nature wine and some pizza made from good grains. So if you want to come, you just sign your name at the porridge station downstairs. I'll be there. So you're welcome.
Very good. And also we continue later today after the break with a session where we will maybe bake a little bit more and make some more food. So if you want to follow us there, just come upstairs after the lunch break. And we're back tomorrow. So then we go back downstairs. Yeah.
Sometimes I really want to have them here. So, but it's wonderful, and it's nice to have these good cooks and bakers with us to get really practical with what we're doing, from the research to that. So just about the sessions. So if you haven't signed yourself on the session, please do so. And you that are in the digital world, in cyber, you have to just click on the one you want to go to. And you have the good fortune to be able to, so if you don't like what you see, you can just swap and go to the next one. So that's the advantage that you have. You can do both. So that's wonderful. Just about but you have to write yourself on a list. So please do that before lunch now. Or yeah, and then the rooms are the agronomy, use of cultural grains in active crop rotation will be here. The malting and brewing will be in kornrommet, which is like you walk straight over through here, straight into the room as far as you can get here, kornrommet. And then for the cooks and the bakers, you will be upstairs, and you go up the stairs, and then you go into den glade professor, the happy professor. Okay, so now I'm going to give the microphone. He has one.
He has one.
Yeah, just take it.
Perfect.
He has one, so he will tell you about the lunch. The chef from Vitenparken.
Thank you. We are going to serve, surprise, a little bit grain-based lunch. Oh. But yeah, we made a bigotto, like a barley risotto, with some porcini, some champignons, and we serve it with herb marinated chicken, and a little bit of like a crumble of chicken skin and herbs from our garden. There are a couple of people who have made us aware of some allergies. You just come and talk to us, and we prepared something else for you. So yeah, barley otto, can we call it that, with some chicken and mushrooms. Welcome.
Welcoming you back, also you that are participating. Do we have any people out there, Cornelius? No, they come after that. You don't see that. Okay. So everybody now, we have to go out of this stream. You that are in the web, you have to go out of this stream, go into the website, and then to choose that session that you want to participate in. Okay? That was clear? So you have to go out of the stream and into the session. And then we see you, the one that come back here, and then there are some in the malting, brewing, and some up with the baking lab. Okay, great. See you, maybe.
Skal vi starte? Går det bra? Da tenker jeg at dere kan komme nærmere. The last session now is just summarizing up and also talking a little bit about tomorrow and maybe also this evening for those who are going out. But for many of us, we really wanted to join all the groups. And it's difficult to choose. So I think we will just ask for a small summarizing? Yeah. Summary from the agriculture group.
Okay. So I have done some notes here, and I've said to the people if I'm lying, they have to catch me and tell what's the right thing. But we started off with we're talking a lot about nutrition values and we can't separate the plant from the soil and the soil, the life in the soil. It's connected, you know. It's like to talk about soil without the plant and the plant without the soil is not really relevant. We have to include, there is like connections everywhere. And these connections are important for how the grain develops, how the nutrition value, the protein, all of these things, and how these are. So we as farmers, we have to see how we can optimize our soils to grow the best possible crop. And of course, we also want to use it with the best possible economy. So this is a challenge for us, and we know that like the soil organic matter content is going down in the world. We have to change that. We have to bring more life in the soil because we know the process between the microbes and the plant roots. This is important for maintaining the soil quality, to regenerate the soil. And it's also important for the nutrition to the plant and to the grain and to the end result of what we are giving to you bakers or you users of it. So that's one really, really important part for us farmers. So we started there and seeing that heritage varieties is fitting into the systems and the regenerative way of thinking. There is many things that could be researched in that area. It's like how the roots, maybe the roots are working in a good symbiotic relationship with the microbes, if that's different in old varieties compared to modern varieties. We know there is always trade-offs. You know, that like we have been focusing on, we can focus on yield. We see there is trade-off with minerals and proteins, as we were shown earlier. So the heritage varieties fit our system, but there, of course, we are looking for new ways of doing it in a better way. And we were talking about how can we reach more diversity? You know, how can we get, because it seems like the key to improve on those, a lot of those quality measures are diversity. And how can we do more crops, you know, polycropping. How can we get, you know, more beneficial plants, more variety of plants into our fields, together with the animals and all of the other things that goes into circulation agriculture, you know, so that we can cover the whole area. There is no easy solution. There is not like one variable that will, solve it all. It's a lot of different questions, and there is a trade-off. We know also there is like allopathic effects from some plants that we are using, but there are also a trade-off for yield. So then we come to there was two things that I was first of all research. What kind of research? And we asked Kerstin about that because she has a very good background in that, and she says that it's very obvious in a way. We have to use more whole grain. That's just how easy. That's how it is. It's very simple. It's this is how can we make that happen? How can we make products? How can we make diversity that makes it interesting to use it as whole grains in different ways? Like we are trying here, like porridge. We are using whole grains in dishes and all of those things. It's good for the health. It's well documented in science. No trouble. Nobody is arguing about that. So this is one challenge: how to that diversity that offers in the grain, and while we're looking into this big diversity that we have, how can we utilize it and make it interesting? So it's more interesting to eat that than bugs, for instance. Yeah. That was an example we had. How is it more just as exotic to eat grains as bugs? Okay. So then it's another thing that Emmanuel brought up, and that is that actually we have to speak together, because we have all these things, ideas in our bubbles, and as farmers or whatever we are, or as a baker. So, but we have to come together, because then we can, so the whole value chain has to come together, to speak together, to do research together, to work together, to find good solutions. So it's not, so as Emmanuel put it, it's like to put our egos on the side and make like a good product for everybody. Stop sub-optimizing, and find a good solution for everybody. So this is what we are looking for, and hopefully we can maybe come to something tomorrow about that. Yeah.
That was...
I didn't lie too much. I maybe forgot something.
Perfect. Perfect. That was very well. I think you have done a great job making notes. The malting and brewing. Do you want to say a short? You don't need to say that much. A short what you did. Ja, kom op.
Thank you very much. Er det lyd der?
Yeah.
And thank you most for adding malt to the agenda. That's a very big achievement. Thank you. We had a very good discussion. First, Halvdan presented what we have achieved in malteriet with the production and selection of grain and quality system. And we discussed the utilization of malt in beer as well as in foods. We discussed the different customer segments briefly, and we also see a need for communication of sourced raw materials for beer in particular, but more general for products, to let customers become aware of where raw materials in their product is coming from. That's very poorly communicated today, and not a job need to be done, and that could be joined together by different segments. I think that's briefly where we are.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, it's very interesting. The baking session, baking and food making session, we were split it up in two different rooms. In the room where the chefs were, is there anyone here that was in that room? They are still dishing, I think. So they are not here. Is that true? Well, for the one in the baking laboratory, it was really an extremely competent group. It was so much knowledge, and it was really interesting also to see how this communication also between the bakers, the millers, the producers. It was some producers also in the group. So I think that this conference is a part of aiming for this communication, that we are together. We Sebastian and Martin, they had some doughs that they presented, and they had to bake, and they showed us a little bit, but mostly we talked, and we talked a lot, and it was both of the variations that you have to deal with when you use this kind of flour. It was also about the sourdough and how you treat your sourdough, how you do it different ways in different bakeries, and it's not only one way of doing this, it's so many ways, and you have to find yours, and you have to talk to people that maybe manage better than yourself. The hydrothermic process that you are doing. You also had a small presentation, and we talked a little bit about that. And we also talked about what full grain. Well, we have to bake more full grain, but the question that was asked earlier, why doesn't the bakers bake more full grain? Well, the answer is the customers, and that's very important, because you have to bake what the customers want. So that's a circle that you have to teach them something, and you have to present new things that they can start eating, but you still have to deliver what they want, and that's very much the secret. So yeah, it was much more that we talked about. And we also did have a presentation about the mill and how you can make different qualities. So, and that's also interesting. Is there anything else, more that I should say? No? Perfect. Thank you. Is there anyone else that has something to add to any one of the groups? No? Then I want to ask you, do you think it was a okay way of doing this? Because we didn't have a presentation or a teacher in, well, you had actually a leader position in your group, but in the other groups it was more find out what you know and start talking and start sharing. Is that an okay way of doing this? You liked it? You liked it? Perfect. I think we had to trust that the participants actually know something. And that was true. They knew a lot. Okay, that was today. We have done a lot today. It's had been a long day. Tomorrow it will be even more presentations and more coming up. Do you want to say something directly?
I just wanted to encourage you to look at the web page, and You don't have to do it just right now, but it will be available just to remember. So it's written. The web address is written down there on the bottom of the program. So there is presentations, like for instance, there's presentations about agriculture. There is a presentation. There is a film about Hans Larsson and all the work he has been doing. There's a film about that. There's a lot of good materials there. And it's not just for the people in the digital room, so you can go there and have a look at it. So I want to just encourage you in the weekend. So it will be available, as far as I've understood, all till...
But it will be exclusive for you that are participating in the conference, because it's only you that do have the web page, and it will be offline after some days.
Yeah.
So it's for you, and you have to go in and check it out. Yeah. And probably it's not only there. You probably has got an email from Cornelius that also shows the. If you probably got it today.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Kulturkorn, Vitenparken.no.
Yeah. If you have problem getting into the web page, then tell us. Yes. So for this evening, I know that Leif Magne has organized. How many of you are going to eat this evening? Yes. Okay. Do you all know where to meet and where to go? No. Okay. Anders, kan du løpe og hente Leif Magne? I don't know either. And he should be here, but he is probably dishing, so we have to get him. Okay. Other questions then? No? No questions? Okay, then I think we just say thank you for day one. Welcome to tomorrow, and we will start 8:45 sharp. Okay, and it will also be a small regard, well, a hilsen from Bondelaget. So it will be before the presentation is starting tomorrow. So all those who are going to eat later tonight, just stay in the room, and all the others, thank you for this day.